Good morning. My name is Chenrezig, and I'm from Liberating Centre in Brisbane. And I want to say Happy New Year to each and every single being in this universe. Time is elastic, as we know. Sometimes it seems to stretch and stretch and stretch, and other times it's just gone like this. So, we have to each individually, I think, on the first day of the year, reflect on what our year brought, what the last year brought, 2021. For all of us, very different. Some had sickness, some had grief, some had very many individual sufferings, so many to count. And we can look at all of them and we can think, this is the nature of being a sentient being. It is suffering. But we should not forget the joy, and look at the joy and the happiness, even though we understand that joy and happiness and good health is breathing. It can change in a moment. But we have to reflect on that feeling of satisfaction, of everything going right, of being in the right place at the right time with the right people, and feel deep, sincere joy because, this is because we are human beings. We have this fortunate human rebirth, and we have the capacity to reflect on the joy and the sadness. So reflecting on the joys of 2021, and even if we've had a really tough year, there are some joys. The amazing teachings from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, from Lama Zopa Rinpoche, from Geshe Zopa, Geshe Sherab, all of the other amazing teachers, Venerable Robina Corton, Venerable Tutman Chodron, all of the people that teach us via Zoom and YouTube, and all of the ways they come to us these days, and how very fortunate we are that we can access these teachings. And we should remember the joys that we experience day to day, even though it's one of the worldly dharmas, but being praised, it is quite nice. And being appreciated is really very nice. And again, understanding that appreciation might go from being appreciated to being reviled in quite a quick period of time. But while the appreciation is there, rejoice in it. If we've had appreciation, rejoice in it. If we've had love, if we've had kindness. And one of the great kindnesses, one of the great offerings to us and to all of the beings in this world during this COVID time last year and in 2020 has been this practice. Now, extremely fortunate we are to take part in this practice, to have the support of Lama Zopa Rinpoche as Sangha members, to have the support of other monks and nuns, to have the support of the lay practitioners who watch on YouTube, And, you know, something that is so amazing to rejoice in. Venerable Damcho, he sends a little newsletter out most weeks to the monks and nuns, and he did the figures, and he has said that since we started the prayerathon, by the end of this weekend, we will have filled 3,600 slots and recited prayers for 1,800 hours. They set approximately 3,600 session motivations and made the same number in dedications, recited 10,800 refuges and approximately 10,800 of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, averaging 7.5 malas per session. Over 2.9 million Om Mani Padme Hums have been recited, not including the merits of prayer wheels used. We had many recitations of the Tara mantra, Vajrasattva and Black Man Jutri, plus many additional prayers that our wonderful leads included. And if we add to that all the contributions of those who followed in prayer and their merits, these numbers are even higher. May we continue to be of service in every moment of our lives. How extraordinarily amazing is that? Something that we can truly rejoice in. But of course, over the past year, over all of our lives, we have done negative actions of body, speech and mind. We have, you know, sort of harmed others, maybe stolen, maybe harmed others, you know, in our relationships, you know, through sexual misconduct. We have lied, we have used harsh speech, we have used senseless speech, we have used divisive speech, we have coveted others' belongings, we have had malice in our minds, and we have had, as Dharma practitioners, we have had wrong views. And so we can reflect that over the last year, some of these, maybe all of these, who knows? And we can think, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry that I have let the, you know, negative habits arise again and again. And we can think maybe in 2022 that we will try harder to overcome these habits, to nip the tendency for negative action as soon as it appears in our mind. And we can think that we will work really, really, really hard to refrain through relying on the three jewels, relying on all those around us who help us to live lives of peace and not wanting to harm and not wanting to do anything that's non-virtuous. And we can think, let's purify right now the negative actions of body, speech and mind that we have done in the past year. And of course, in the past years, in our past lives, the things that we aren't even aware of. So we can recite the Vajrasattva mantra just 3 times and think that Vajrasattva is above the crown of your head. Bright light and nectar comes from Vajrasattva's heart, down to the crown of your head, pushing out the negativities of body through the lower openings. The nectar pushing down so hard that it pushes up the negativities of speech out through the upper openings, and that the bright light fills your whole body. So simultaneously, as we recite the mantra, we are removing all of the negativities of body, speech, and mind. So think very, very sincerely that this is happening. Visualize very clearly that this is happening. From Vajrasattva's heart, down through the crown of your head, through your whole body. Om Vajrasattva Samaya Manapalaya, Vajrasattva Denapatita, Dido Mebawa, Sotakaya Mebawa, Sopakaya Mebawa, Anorakta Mebawa, Sava Siddhi Meparigata, Sava Kama Susami, Chitam Sriyam Kuru Hom Ha 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 Ho, Bhagavan, Sava Tata Gata, Vajramame Munsa Vajrababa Ma, Samaya Safa Aum Be, Om Vajrasattva Samaya Manapalaya, Vajrasattva Denapatita, Dida Mebawa, Sotokaya Mebawa, Sopakaya Mebawa, Anorakta Mebawa, Saba Siddhi Me Prayata, Saba Kama Tutsami, Chitam Sriyam Kuru Hom Ha 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 Ho, Bhagavan, Saba Tata Gata, Vajramame Munsa Vajrababa Ma, Samaya Sapa Ahum Pe, Om Vajrasattva Samaya Manapalaya, Vajrasattva Denapatita, Drido Mebawa, Sotokaya Mebawa, Sopakaya Mebawa, Anorakta Mebawa, Saba Siddhi Me Prayata, Saba Kama Tutsami, Chitam Sriyam Kuru Hom Ha 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 Ho, Bhagavan, Saba Tata Gata, Vajramame Munsa Vajrababa Ma, Samaya Sapa Ahum Pe. Think that those negativities, the body, speech, and mind, have been totally purified. Make a vow to Vajrasattva that you will not do, just choose one of these things that is a habitual tendency that you find it hard to refrain from. Make the vow very sincerely that even just for a short period of time, you won't do this thing again. You can think that Vajrasattva is very, very pleased with your vow. It dissolves into light, comes down through the crown of your head, and you are one with Vajrasattva. Starting this new year totally pure, totally cleansed. Having the aspiration to try harder, to let go of those negative tendencies, and to work for the benefit of others. Now we can go to our practice. And we can think that we're doing this practice for all beings, particularly those who are suffering through this pandemic, those who have the disease, who have had the disease and are still suffering the effects, those who have died, those who are dying, those who have lost jobs, lost their homes, have lost the courage in the world. COVID has brought such fear. So all of these beings, hold them in your heart as we do this practice, because, by doing this practice, by sending this powerful energy out in the world, we can help to eradicate the disease. We start with the motivation in the form of refuge, and we will do it 3 times. This form of refuge was given to Arya Avalokiteshvara, to Kaga Papal Joshara, and by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis.
We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. As we recite the Mani mantra, we can visualize that Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezig, is in the world, is in the universe, it's all around us. Radiant healing light, radiant compassionate light. And as we recite the mantra, think that this radiant, compassionate, healing light from Chenrezig heart goes out to each and every single sentient being. We'll recite the mantras, the three malas, aloud for the first mantra and under our breath, aloud for the first mala and under our breath for the next two. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And you can think that right before your very eyes, every single sentient being is healed from all illness, from all the sufferings, large and small. And they transform into Chenrezig. And the whole world becomes a world of peace and serenity and loving kindness. No suffering left, no pain left, no harm left. Perfect, pure existence for all beings. So now we can do the actual prayer. And if you have an image of Thangtong Gyalpo, you can see one on your screen. You can gaze at it throughout this practice. And think that doing this practice on the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, gazing at the Thangtong Gyalpo, that we have this really, really strong connection through this image to our teacher. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled.
May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the bikinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now our dedication prayers, and the one that we like to do at Langri Tangpa Center from Master Shanti Deva's Guide to the Vajrasattva's Way of Life. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. And the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. May he be safe and well in 2022. May he live long, 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 long. May we have many, many, many years with him in this world. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And our precious Lama Zopa Rinpoche, may he be free of suffering. May he have happiness and long life. May he live for many, 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 many more years. And may we have the opportunity to see him in the flesh again sometime soon. You who uphold the doer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honouring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And the final dedication prayer, sealing the practice with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you. I'm not sure who was supposed to be following me today, but they might be held up a little bit. So just sit and reflect.
I'm here, Venerable
Oh,
Trinley.
hello. Hello, Rachel. Hello. Nice to see you.
You too.
Yeah,
Very
Happy
nice.
New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, and stay safe.
You too, and may all of your prayers be answered. May all of the prayers of all of the beings in the world be answered in 2022.
Yes, please. Wouldn't that be lovely?
So take care.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, bye. Okay, so I'm here at Chenrezig Institute, just north of Brisbane, where our Venerable Trinley was leading the first session of the day. And it's just pouring up here, absolutely pouring down with rain. So I guess it's rather, it can be seen as auspicious form of purification. We've just finished the Vajrasattva retreat up here with Venerable Tony that went very well. It's such a great practice, isn't it, Vajrasattva, spending time purifying. So maybe we'll spend some time during this session doing similar purifying, so we're nice and fresh for the new year to come. So let's first spend a bit of time just bringing our awareness into the current space, using our breath. Being aware of our posture. And developing a relaxed mind. Relaxed body. So the motivation of the Vajra speech, the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating subject from disease, goes like this. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Then there's a little note just underneath that this was given to Arya Avalokiteshvara. So the form of going for refuge was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Ka Nagpa Paljor Sherab, and by him to the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it's provided infinite benefit for living beings. So this really highlights that the lineage of this motivation, the lineage of this refuge prayer. This lineage goes back so far, goes back a long, long, long way. And that we are connecting with this lineage by spending time reflecting on this motivation and opening our hearts up to the blessings of this lineage. Such a powerful one. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So just spend some time reflecting on this, bringing to mind all precious sentient beings, our mothers. and the kindness. Even when people are being difficult and mean, they're still being kind. And you're practicing the Bodhisattva's way of life. The opportunity to practice patience. Opportunity to see the suffering. A happy mind doesn't speak badly. So this person is suffering. They are speaking badly to us. And then so many of our kind, sentient mothers have been extremely kind to us. Without their love and their devotion to us, we wouldn't be who we are. We wouldn't have made it through those early periods in our life when we are totally dependent. We all go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So imagine the lineage, the refuge lineage tree with the Guru Shakyamuni in the middle of it. A precious Guru in the form of Guru Shakyamuni. And all the lineage gurus that have flowed from Guru Shakyamuni. The wisdom lineage and the compassion lineage. Of this vast visualization, all sentient beings, my mothers, sitting at the feet of the refuge lineage tree, with Guru Shakyamuni Buddha in the center. With hands folded, all sentient beings, hands folded. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own Dharmakaya minds. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now, in your mind's eye, visualize white light leaving Guru Shakyamuni's heart. And it flows down in all directions and enters our mind, purifying us and bestowing the Guru's blessings in our heart. So visualize that this is happening for us all sentient beings, our mothers. As we chant Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Expression and visualization of all sentient beings in all realms and kind mothers, receiving the blessings from Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, from his heart to your heart, heart of all sentient beings, receiving the blessings of the lineage gurus, as we chant Om Mani Padme Hum silently to ourselves. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now for the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harm to the graha spirits, illnesses and bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be,
totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now let's just quietly chant Om Mani Padme Hum. Again, another mala round of Om Mani Padme Hum. And that the aspirations of this prayer are fulfilled throughout the world. And continue on with the visualization of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha blessing us all with his kindness and his compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And now the prayer again. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 diseases of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So renewing your visualization in your mind of the Guru lineage tree, Guru Shakyamuni Buddha in the center, surrounded by all sentient beings, our kind mothers in all realms, receiving the blessings from the Guru, from Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. And that the aspiration of these prayers is fulfilled for us all. And we'll do another mala round of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme And the prayer again, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and Dharma protectors, the guardians and the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And back to Omani Padme Hum, visualizing that Guru Shakyamuni Buddha is blessing us all, the aspirations of these prayers that are immediately fulfilled. Back to the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harm to the graha spirits, illnesses and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So back to Om Mani Padme Hum, visualizing Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, emanating radiant light and nectar from his heart, which flows into our body, purifying all our negativities. And that the aspirations of these prayers, this prayer, is realized. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, so let's just go to the dedication now. May the precious supreme bodhicitta that has not yet arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. In the land encircled by the snowy mountains, you're the source of all happiness and good in this world. All powerful, Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. You who are polus of dualist moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, Savior and protector of myself, your disciples. Please, please, live long. Okay, so I was looking at the wrong hand. I thought I had more time, but I don't. So I can see that Venerable Ailsa is there. Have you unmuted yourself? There you are.
So thank you, Dayton.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So now, as usual, beginning the session by generating a positive motivation for doing it. So of course, the ideal motivation is one of bodhicitta, wishing to become enlightened in order to be able to enlighten all other living beings, enabling them to pacify all their sufferings and achieve all realizations, especially the peerless realization of enlightenment. And bodhicitta is generated on the basis of compassion, especially great compassion. So compassion is the wish to free all beings from suffering and the causes of their suffering. So at this time in the world, it's easy to bring to mind the suffering of others as we see and read articles on the sufferings being experienced because of COVID-19. So think of all the countries all around the world where people are suffering because of this pandemic. Think of things like in the United States, at least 800,000 people have lost their lives to this disease. And the totals in Russia and Brazil and other countries are close to that. So I think because this pandemic's been going on now for almost 2 years, we've become a little hardened, a little inured to the suffering that's involved. This week I read that in the United States, still 1,200, 1,500 people are dying each day. But this has become sort of commonplace, so it doesn't even make headline news anymore, as we now deal with the new wave of Omicron. So just bring to mind, as vividly as you can, the kind of sufferings that are experienced by people with COVID-19, especially the respiratory distress, and generate a strong sort of compassion, a strong wish to relieve all those people for their suffering and the causes of their suffering, and to bring them every happiness, and not just temporary happiness of a return to good health or a long life, but especially the ultimate happiness of being able to bring them liberation from samsara, from all the sufferings of psychic existence. And most importantly, bringing them the peerless happiness of full enlightenment. So with this kind of motivation, we'll do this session. So beginning with the Refuge verse composed by Thangtong Gyalpo, which we'll repeat 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now at this point, we'll do some recitations of a Mani Padme Hum. So first, bringing vividly to mind, as extensively as you can, all the millions of people around the world who have COVID-19. So I saw an estimate, something like more than 24 million people have had or are living with COVID-19, have it at the moment or have had it. And chances are that the figure is much higher than this because of underreporting and also because people are asymptomatic sometimes when they have the disease. So bring to mind all the many people, millions of people in all the countries of the world who have COVID-19. Think of people not just in hospitals and ICU units, but people at home, people in aged care facilities. And also bring to mind those people who are experiencing what's called the long COVID syndrome, which is a similar to a post-viral illness, where for weeks or even months, potentially years after having COVID-19, then there can be various physical symptoms, various physical sufferings as a long-term result of the disease. So bring all these people vividly to mind. Think of the physical and mental problems and sufferings that they're experiencing. Generate a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve them from all the suffering and their causes of their sufferings. Then if you have initiation, then visualizing yourself as Chenrezig, either in 2-arm, 4-arm or 1,000-arm aspect. And if you don't have initiation, then visualizing Chenrezig on the crown of your head. Then from the heart of yourself as Chenrezig, or from the heart of that Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each and every one of those people experiencing physical and mental sufferings because of COVID-19. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, but more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, a fully enlightened being. So just doing this visualization over and over again as you recite the manis. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now just spend a little time rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that at least at the level of your visualization, you've been able to send out healing white light rays to all those affected by COVID-19, pacifying their immediate problems, purifying their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So next, bring vividly to mind all the frontline workers, all the people who are caring for those with COVID-19, whether in hospitals or at home. Think of the paramedics on the front line, those working in emergency departments. So bring to mind all the millions of people around the world who are working in hospitals and at home, caring for those who've contracted COVID-19. So these people have been battling this epidemic for almost 2 years now. So just think about the kind of physical and mental, emotional fatigue they're feeling. Think about the kind of feelings of isolation they're having, especially if they've had close contact with COVID-19 and have to isolate from their families. Think about their anxiety about contracting COVID-19 themselves or taking it home to their families. I saw an estimate that at least 100,000 frontline workers have died during this epidemic. Many others have become ill. Think of all the many workers in a hospital that are turning up day after day, despite their own feelings of anxiety, to take care of those with COVID-19, thinking not just of doctors and nurses and those who work in ICU units, but the cooks, the porters, all the many thousands of people it takes to run a big hospital. So generating a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve all those frontline workers of all their mental and physical problems. From your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those frontline workers. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate physical and mental problems and sufferings. More importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. So just doing this visualization as you recite the manis. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart that you've been able to relieve all those frontline workers of their immediate physical and mental problems. More importantly, purify them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. So now bring to mind all the millions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost family members or loved ones, friends, to COVID-19. So I haven't seen a recent estimate, but the last estimate I saw was that more than 5 million people around the world have died because of the pandemic. It's probably more. So even if we conservatively estimate that for each person who's died, there are 10 people who are grieving, then that comes to more than 50 million people around the world who are experiencing feelings of grief and loss. So bringing to mind their sorrow, their grief, their feelings of loss and hopelessness, then generate a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve all those millions of people from their grief and other problems. From your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes the crown of each of those grieving beings. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate feelings of grief and loss. More importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just doing this visualization as you recite the manis. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So once again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart that you've been able to send out healing white light rays to pacify the grief, feelings of loss, the sorrow of all the millions of people around the world who've lost family members or friends to COVID-19. I feel especially happy that not only have you been able to pacify their immediate temporary grief, but also purify them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So next, bring to mind all the billions of people around the world who are experiencing various hardships because of the pandemic, not necessarily from having COVID-19 themselves, but because of the ramifications of this disease. There are many people experiencing social isolation, increased anxiety, especially now with the new variant, Omicron. People are experiencing increased depression, suicidal thoughts. There are increases in domestic violence and abuse. And also think about the kind of anger and aggression that's being generated in relation to government mandates about vaccinations and lockdowns. So bringing all these physical and mental sufferings vividly to mind, generate a strong sort of compassion, a strong wish to relieve all those billions of people from all their physical and mental sufferings. With that strong sort of compassion from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each and every one of those billions of people. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, but more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. Doing this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart. And at least at the level of your visualization, you've been able to send out healing white light rays to pacify all those physical and mental problems of the billions of people around the world affected by the pandemic. And most importantly, you've been able to purify them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. So now finally bring to mind as vividly and extensively as you can all sentient beings, all the beings in the 6 realms. If you're not familiar with the 6 realms, then thinking of the beings in the animal and human realms, the realms that we're directly familiar with. So bring to mind the particular sufferings experienced by beings in each realm, as well as the general sufferings of samsara. And generate a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve every one of those sentient beings in the 6 realms of all their physical and mental problems, and the cause of their problems, the negative karma and delusions. And with that strong thought of compassion, from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig you visualized on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those sentient beings in the 6 realms. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, more importantly, the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just doing this visualization over and over as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart. And through your visualization, you'll be able to relieve all the physical and mental sufferings of all the beings in the 6 realms. countless beings, not only in this universe, but in other universes. And more importantly, you've been able to free them from the cause of all their problems, the negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of a fully enlightened being, Chenrezig. So now we'll recite the prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo that liberated the Sakya monastery from epidemic disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just dedicating any merit, any positive energy we've created by doing this practice to these goals as outlined by Shantideva in the final chapter of the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. Through the virtue of having done this practice, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere, plagued with sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in psychic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline, and may all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from Bodhisattvas. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, and just as it was with Maya Devi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy, may the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness, and may every disease in the world, especially COVID-19, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, may people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony, and may their purposes be accomplished. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world. May all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. So thank you very much, and handing over to Katie.
Hi,
Katie.
how are
You
you?
in Aptos? I'm good. Are you in Aptos?
No, I'm in Marin with Amala Judith. Do you know her? She was the one that used
Yes. I do.
So she's quite elderly now. I injured myself, and so I'm just up here doing bits and pieces and helping her in her beautiful gompa.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, that's
okay.
just
Enjoy your session. Happy New
Lots
Year.
of love. Happy New Year to you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. So let's just settle into our meditation posture. If you've just joined, welcome YouTube and people on Facebook. And here I am on my own on the Zoom. So I feel like I'm talking into a void. But anyway, just check your posture before we start and allow your mind to land. So just bring your mind to where your body is. And check you're comfortable. Shoulders are aligned with the hips. The ears align with the shoulders. Imagine your Spine is a string of pearls of light stretching from the base all the way up through the crown of the head. And just very gently lengthen. Head is slightly tipped forward, the eyes are down, tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth. Relax the jaw and bring the mind to the breath. Just noticing the sensation of the cool air as you're breathing in, slightly warmer air as you're breathing out. Just allow the mind to settle. If there's any sound in your external environment, just allow those sounds to be there. Try not to engage. And if you have some thoughts arising, allow them to arise, abide, and fall without engaging, without criticizing, creating stories. Just allow the mind, bring the mind to the breath. So imagine, before we start, just imagine that all of space is filled with beings. They're sitting around you and extending beyond the horizon. So if it feels too crowded, just imagine as many as you can, spreading out into space. So your parents and your other family members are beside you, and your friends, your beloveds are behind you. The people you don't really get along with are in front of you, the ones that you might label enemy, and the others all around. So just contemplate, first of all, the suffering of these people and their beings, and think of the suffering, first of all, of your parents and the people you're close to. And open your heart to the physical and psychological problems they're experiencing, particularly if any of them are experiencing COVID right now. And think that just like you, they want to be free from suffering. And feel how wonderful it would be if they were free and they were enjoying bliss of enlightenment. So now think of the people that you do not like, the ones who've hurt you, and imagine their suffering, their pain, their discomfort, their feelings of loneliness, insecurity, their fear, their dissatisfaction. And imagine what it would be like to be in a mind that hurts people. How difficult would that be to have that kind of mind? So in that way, try and generate some compassion for them, some understanding. And just like you, they don't want problems, but often they have no choice because of the way they behave. And as long as the mind is confused and ignorant, it cannot find peace. So try and open your heart to these people who you normally kind of try to avoid or push away, and then expand your awareness to take in the troubles and pains of other human beings and of animals, because whoever has an uncontrolled mind is necessarily suffering. So now feel a strong aspiration to do these two practices this afternoon. Here we are in California, it's afternoon of New Year's Eve. So we'll be doing this Chenrezig meditation with the mantra and this practice recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche for the pandemic. So we're going to do this for all the people of our life, the ones we love, the ones we don't love, and our strangers, for all the people in the world who are suffering from COVID right now, the various different forms of it. People are experiencing at different levels, from just plain old inconvenience, being delayed in their flights, to their loss of job, inability to work, to being in ICU, and to passing. So it's causing a lot of pandemonium and suffering. So we just pray that these meditations that we're doing and recitation we're doing this afternoon will be of benefit and will relieve the effects of the pandemic and eradicate it. So we will start with the Vajra speech of the Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating Sakya from disease. And we'll start with the Refuge prayer here. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now let's just visualize Chenrezig. So he's above the crown of your head and facing the same way as you. Is the manifestation of compassion, love, wisdom. His body is made of brilliant white light, radiating, almost like a hologram. So really try and feel this living presence. And if you like, you can imagine this is the mind of your teacher, your guru, your lama, manifesting in this way for your benefit. It just makes it a little bit more personal. So Chenrezig's face is peaceful and smiling. He's radiating love, unconditional love to you and all the people of your life, including the ones you don't like. He has 4 arms. The first 2 hands are together at his heart and hold a jewel that fulfills all wishes. The second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders, the right holding a crystal rosary and the left a white lotus. He's sitting on a white moon disc on an open lotus, and his legs are crossed in the full lotus posture. He has the 5-pointed crown on his head, covered in jewels, sparkling. Again, all of this is made of light. And he's wearing these clothes in the Royal Indian style. And he has jewelry around his neck, his waist, upper arms, wrists, ankles, and toes. Again, in precious jewels adorning all of this golden jewelry. So hold your awareness on this visualization till it is stabled, and try and feel this serene energy of Chenrezig. This loving, compassionate energy. So make a prayer from our heart to overcome our own misconceptions and negative energy, to develop love and compassion for all beings, and really try and get a sense that you are now connecting with your own highest potential. So in response to this request, Chenrezig lovingly sends streams of white light, filling your body, every atom, every cell. And it purifies all your negativities and problems and your potential to harm in the future. Your body feels light and blissful, and your mind clear. And then the light from Avalokiteshvara radiates out to every living being, purifying their negative energy and also filling them with bliss. So we can imagine this as we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever diseases there are, from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So let's go back. Remember that you have Guru Chenrezig, the mind of your Lama above the crown of your head. So imagine Chenrezig dissolving into white light. And this flows down into you through the crown of your head and reaches your heart. And your mind merges indistinguishably with the mind of your Lama, your Guru, your teacher, your trusted mentor, however you see them. and Chenrezig's mind. And you experience complete tranquility and bliss. And try and hold this feeling for as long as possible. And when your usual sense of I starts to arise, is bored, restless, moving on to the next thing, whatever distractions there are, just remember this is not your real self. This distracted self is not really you. It's not really who you are. Simply bring your mind back again and again to this experience of being one with the qualities of your teacher and Chenrezig. Infinite love and infinite compassion. So I just dedicate this practice we've done this evening, this morning, wherever you are in the world, to the relief of the pandemic, to the relief of the health destruction, to the economic systems of some countries, businesses, people's lives, the disruption to people's lives, disruption to people's health and sanity. May this practice bring peace, relief, and the end of the pandemic for all the sentient beings. And whoever is in the middle of the pandemic, may they not experience it as a negative thing. May positive experiences arise for these people, different ways of doing things, different forms of economy, new discoveries of health and healing. So may there be some positive outcome as well. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you will source all happiness and good. A powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You who upholds the Ju's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who massively accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, so over myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Good morning, Venerable Chuki. I'm seeing all my Australian friends today.
Yeah, good morning, because we're in the new year already. Happy New
Yeah,
Year, even
happy
though it's
New
not
Year. Yeah, we're not
coming
there
along
yet.
over there. Not
Just
there yet, but you
along.
will be.
Yeah,
Soon.
we will be soon. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll leave you and let you get on with it.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Bye-bye. See you later. Bye.
Venerable Katie, who was in WA before, Western Australia before, and now I'm in Western Australia. She's in America. As we are within IMI, monks and nuns all around the world, zooming in and connecting through this prayerathon every week now for the past 75 weeks. And of course, today, marking the new year here and in some parts of the world still coming up. And we always have that sense of refresh and renew. Last night here in the centre, I'm in Hayagriva Buddhist Centre in Perth. And last night we did our sort of final detox Vajrasattva practice for the year, sort of that symbolic ritual that we all have at the end of the year. Of course, Vajrasattva is a very powerful practice, especially for opponent powers. But then, just marking the fact that in all faith traditions or none, people have many different ways of marking that sort of, leaving behind, sort of the mind of leaving behind and moving afresh and anew and with new vigor and enthusiasm, as we all need to do at this time with a pandemic just rife in the world, despite the vaccinations and so forth. It's, we're seeing these different, the Omicron and Delta and so forth, continuing to take a heavy toll. So we continue to follow the instructions of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to continue on with our practice. And, we're having some discussions here, and a reminder that in parts of the world where even the vaccination are not available, regardless of whether you believe to have, to not have, or whatever, for protection of each other in the world. In some places they can't even get. And one of my friends, a Christian sister friend, who's many, I think decades, working with projects in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the reminder from her that there, only 300,000 of the 90 million population has been vaccinated, just lack of access, and so that's one drop in the examples of places where people aren't getting the medical support and help that they need, and may they, through the power of our practice, may all receive whatever help and support they need. So like that, I said, by way of setting our motivation, first of all, thanking His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our precious teachers, for guiding us at this time of great uncertainty and upheaval in the world, and transformation, huge transformation in the world, to engage in these practices, and in that way protecting our minds, in that way benefiting others. So calling the Guru from afar. Guru, think of me, Guru, think of me, Guru, think of me. Magnificently glorious Guru, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Magnificently glorious Guru, revealing the path of liberation. Magnificently glorious Guru, liberating from the waters of samsara. Magnificently glorious Guru, eliminating the diseases of the 5 poisons. Magnificently glorious Guru, the wish-granting jewel, I beseech you, please bless me. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to remember impermanence and death from my heart. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to generate the thought of no need in my mind. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to abide one-pointedly in practice in isolated places. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to not have any hindrances to my practice. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to realize without error the view of the fundamental nature of reality. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me so that all bad conditions appear as a support. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to accomplish effortlessly the 2 works of self and others. Please bless me now quickly. Please bless me quickly, very quickly. Please bless me on this very cushion. Please bless me in this very session. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second. In regard to the actions of the glorious Guru, may I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. So we can pause to think we are indeed receiving the Guru's blessings in our heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me your realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. So we can visualize the Guru, inseparable from Shakyamuni Buddha, in the space in front, as like we have here on the altar, inseparable from your own precious Gurus, inseparable from all the Buddha Dharma Sangha, or the whole of the refuge field, merit field, and all the lineage lamas and so forth. How blessed we are, having just this week commemorated the anniversary of the passing into parinirvana of Jason Kappa. And making many, many offerings to honor Jason Kappa, the person, but also the lineage, that we have received on that basis of the most profound views of the Buddha's teaching. So how blessed we are, and we can hold in mind all the other sentient beings around us, every atom of space, arising in human form to engage in this practice along with us. Particularly those, like the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and places like my sister-in-law was talking about how bad things are again in Indonesia and so forth. Many, many countries, particularly where there's no infrastructure. Of course, we're aware of the situation in India and so forth. So we can hold in mind all the beings that I think now in maybe New York again, the highest rate of infections with this Omicron rife. Yeah, so we see the pervasiveness of the coronavirus And we can counteract with our own pervasiveness generating in this world of the coronavirus, the virus of infinite altruistic compassion for each and every single sentient being we visualize around us, every atom of space, and arising in human form and engaging in this practice along with us. So we can just hold all those, encompass those with the heart of compassion. We celebrated the birth of Jesus Christ, just a few days ago, a week ago. And, thinking of, as Lama Yeshe gave that guidance, silent mind, holy mind, of, meditating on that as Jesus, as representative of all that is compassionate and kind and, willingness to take on the suffering of the world, not bearing to see the suffering. So like that, soaking our minds with that infinite mind of compassion. As we turn our minds to this most powerful practice of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease, that we have been generating into the world through the power of our practice for the past 75 weeks at least, and many other people, apart from when we do the 24-hour prayerathon, many people coming and saying, oh, I do every day, I do every day, I do every day. So, of course, every day we see more and more cases, every day we see more and more despair and so forth. And I know here in Western Australia, we've been very, very safe due to very strict border closures, maybe some of the most, even in Australia, we have jokes about how strict the border closure is here. And then, that's opening up in February. So there's a lot of fear generating in people's mind how that sort of freedom is going to dissolve, Of course, in many places that freedom never was there all along. It's been very, very difficult, very hard. Even here in Australia, like our friends in Victoria and New South Wales, very, very difficult. So holding all these beings in our hearts as we, go for refuge along with them. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So resting your mind here in whatever understanding of the qualities, the most profound, sublime, supreme qualities of these three rare sublime ones, Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, inseparable from the Guru, Yidam, Dakini, and so forth. How rare, how precious, how dear in the world, the most important one in the world. and particularly resting, abiding, connecting with the potentialities in our own minds of the Dharmakaya, our own Buddha nature, our own true nature, manifesting in the aspect of the empty clarity of our own mind, like we're having a beautiful sunny morning here in Perth. We've had a few of those recently. Vast luminous space, resting your mind in that vast luminosity, clarity, like the sun rising in the world. Be that sun rising in the world. The wisdom mind, the truth mind, the mind of reality as it is, unobstructed, like infinite space. On the basis of that powerful, luminous mind, clear mind, knowing exactly what to do to benefit others, arises the heart of compassion that can't help but help. This is also our true nature. Absolutely. So we can recite the mantra of infinite altruistic compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, maybe the most well-known mantra in the world, I think. And I think that as we recite this, it generates out in the world all the vibrations, in our own bodies, out in the world of coronavirus, virus of compassion. So we can visualize above our crown and the crown of each and every sentient being around us, every atom of space, an emanation of pure altruism, pure unconditional love, compassion, caring, concern. So whichever being, your teacher, the Buddha, Jesus Christ, Tara, Chenrezig, Kuan Yin, above your crown, above the crown of every other sentient being. And as we recite this powerful mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, you can visualize streams of healing nectar and light from this emanation above your crown, and from the mantra, we can think about it as being like pure as crystal and inseparable, the guru, the mantra, the embodiment, the deity, and ourselves, and streaming in healing, powerful healing energy, healing all the afflictions of body, speech, and mind, and all the tendencies towards that completely dissolve, because this light is so powerful, it dissolves it all, it transforms, like those of us here in Australia, famous in Sydney, the fireworks, and it just sort of transforms the sky into light, for that time. So we can think that in our own mind, in our own body, in our own speech, completely healed, transformed, purified, and more blissful. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, padme hum, padme hum, padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, padme hum. Om mani padme hum. So feel that vibration, in the subtle energies of your body, of this mantra. And then this emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown, the crown in each and every other sentient being, be it Arya Chenrezig, be it Arya Tara, be it Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, be it any emanation of infinite altruistic compassion, it dissolves into an orb of, soothing, cooling, light energy, which dissolves through your crown, just melts, just let it melt into you and every other sentient being, cooling the heat of the minds of agitation and aversion and desire and craving and pride and jealousy and all the other, kit and caboodle of all the disturbing states of mind, completely pacified. And this disease completely pacified. You're completely protected, your internal armor and that of each and every other sentient being. And this light and power of compassion conjoins with that jewel of compassion at your heart, the mani, precious jewel of compassion in the lotus of the wisdom mind we generated earlier, the clarity, like infinite space. Two coming together. And the same for each and every other sentient being. So we're connecting heart to heart, resuscitation, renewal, refreshment, heart to heart, loving, caring concern, which is what is the essence of everything in the world. Without love, we wouldn't be alive. Without compassion, we wouldn't be alive. We would not think like that. Our precious dear brothers, sisters, same. And then on the basis of this mind of infinite altruistic compassion radiating out, that power of compassion in the world system, like yesterday when we had the Vajrasattva practice in the evening, and then afterwards we're doing a little preview of the New Year's celebration, you know, transitioning from, you know, our little as party as it gets in the Dharma Center, which is very mild. And a woman came in who just was drawn to the center, just happened to be, she said, I just wanted to come and turn the prayer wheels, you know. It was amazing because we were open. And so she's a palliative care nurse and now responsible for a big program in palliative care. And, you know, sort of connecting with all of the professionals working in that area. It's just wonderful to hear, you know, the wonderful work herself doing. And of course, in all the hospitals, because we're talking about, you know, the capacity of the hospitals being overloaded. So we can think that everywhere, all the medics, you know, it's as somebody said last night, we're coming into our 3rd year of this virus. So, you know, you think all those people who exhausted, but inexhaustibly continuing on at the front line, it's just phenomenal. You know, I feel like, you know, what I'm personally doing is the teeniest, tiniest, littlest drop in the ocean of all of this quagmire of suffering of just this virus, let alone all the other sufferings. And, you know, then, you know, we think about the environmental sufferings and so forth, this very world system, which is, as you saw in the Dalai Lama says, our only home. And so all of the ways in which the time of great degeneration manifests as predicted by the medicine Buddhas, at the time of degeneration of lifespan, degeneration of physical, mental well-being, and we see that, don't we, so much? Both, right? And the fortunate thing is we're talking about it, and therefore strategies can come. The environment, of course, and we see that by way of the landslides and famines and droughts and just everything. Like we've started having a early bushfire season here already in Western Australia. So so many different ways that's manifesting in the world. And yeah, is a time of great challenges, more challenges to come. And may we, through the power of our great compassion, you know, live up and respond to these challenges, just like all those medics and so forth are doing right now, every single moment, without question. So amazing. So like that, reciting the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that look a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, truly quelled, pacified, eliminated, gone. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, completely purified, just like we've visualized, completely clean, clear, like crystals, radiating out all the lights, like the, 5 wisdom Buddhas, lights in all direction, all the nectar, all the healing energy in all directions towards all being, just like Guru Shakyamuni Buddha manifested at that time, showing the way. And be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. I was just thinking that, you know, we have this tradition, of course, of the Auld Lang Syne. May all acquaintance be forgotten, never born to mind. I'll drink a cup of kindness yet for the sake of all beings everywhere. You can just sort of tweak it a bit. All beings everywhere. A cup of kindness, you know. Wow. Each and every one. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly. So sudden, right? Who heard of Corona, you know, 2 years ago, or just over 2 years ago? Actually, we had heard of it 2 years ago, but we didn't know the impact. I was listening to one of the epidemiologists that worked on this from the very, very, very beginning. And she said, you know, even though we knew it's dangerous, but we didn't know how much, you know, how pervasive, harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. So we can think of each and every other disease, more than 424, of course. As the Buddha said, 84,000 affliction-caused diseases. Every single disease, body, mind, spirit harm. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we can call to mind all the dedications and prayers, everyone who has participated over the past 75 weeks in this prayerathon, engaging in this practice, and, spinning the power of this practice out into the world, that we don't know the impact of that. Of course, we're talking lifetimes. The impact on beings in this world system, the impact on the world system, the impact on the mind. And, an essence of gratitude for all those who've held this space, who've generated the enthusiasm and dedication and devotion to contribute to the pacifying of this pandemic in the world. All those who've led, all those who've set up the structures so that we could do this and lead, from the side of IMI and Venerable Tender, our director, and so forth, and all the monasteries and nunneries, the multimedia team, of course, everybody, Margot and the whole team. Happy New Year. To be able to, you there? Hello, Happy New Year, Margot.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Miss you guys. Anyway,
Yes.
we can
Yes,
connect
it's
everywhere.
so cold.
Cold.
Very
we
cold.
We can share some sunshine with you. We've got bucket loads. Good to see you. So all the multimedia team, a big sense of gratitude from all of us in the whole world. Otherwise, without that, we wouldn't be able to do this. And we know how hard you all work. And then absolutely everybody praying, everybody generating positive thoughts into the world, everybody on the front lines, all the border patrols. We were talking last night about, how difficult it is, when these times or bad times come for politicians and making the hard decisions. And it's easy to criticize. It's harder to actually be the one making the decisions and trying to, sort of keep all the consequences manifest, and you don't know until things happen. So our hearts have to go to those in the most difficult positions everywhere, and all those who are suffering, all those who've lost loved ones. It's often this thing I've been seeing at the end of the year, and it comes up, the famous people that we honor whose lives have been lost, but also we can think of all the people who've lost their lives to this vicious virus, all those who are grieving, all those who are sick, and, all those who are suffering, which is all of us anyway. So like that, we can generate the minds, immeasurable minds of all divine abodes, divine viharas of, for immeasurable minds of equanimity, loving kindness, compassion, and joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So yes, if I could, I would, be the cause of all sentient beings to live in equanimity, and we could say in harmony, in peace. We can follow after the example of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the most profound and enduring voice for harmony and peace in the world in relation to our relations with each other, regardless, just like Shakyamuni Buddha did not discriminate, on caste, on gender, on race, anything, even on species, you know, each and every single one of us, Buddha nature. So be like that, even regard for all. And we have this slogan, you know, with the coronavirus that well, we can have it with the coronavirus as well. We're all in this together. So we can rebadge that as we're all in the coronavirus together, of course. Virus of compassion, a virus of harmony, of peace in the world. And on that basis, you know, if we could take on all the disturbing emotions that sentient beings that cause conflict, you know, at the beginning of this pandemic, when Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave the transmission of this prayer and the pacifying famine and pacifying conflict, you know, so these three, as Rinpoche said, you know, conflict, this is the one. Every being in conflict with every being, every level, you know, interpersonal up to global, every single level. It's quite frightening to see this degeneration in the world, to see it happening. We see it happening. We see the divisiveness happening. And of course, it's been there before and so forth. But you know, I think it's disturbing the minds of beings. So may that be if we could take on those disturbing emotions and pacify that, we would, and take it on to this self-cherishing thought that forgets about everybody else and just thinks of, you know, what's going to benefit me. So smashing that to smithereens, that one, so that our heart softens and opens to each and every sentient being around us, every atom of space, around us every day as we go about our daily activities, including in the earth and the little microbic insects in the sky and, you know, so forth. And immeasurable loving kindness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So we can visualize transforming our body into the most gorgeous Dharma jewel, you know, offering that, being that beacon of light, of hope, of transformation, of compassion, of, you know, positive energy in the world, and giving, you know, without exception to every being, everything they need, temporary, ultimate, you know, whether it's food, whether it's shelter, whether it's protection from fear, and of course, love, the giving of love, the giving of the love on the understanding, our understanding as Mahayana Dharma practitioners must be able to benefit every being. So I got to start right now with my capacities right now. Immeasurable compassion. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So, of course, we see all these sentient beings, every single one. There's no disconnect. They've, you know, they're my kind mother, sentient beings. They've sustained my life in this life. I don't know how many gazillions of beings have lost their life just for me to be alive today. I mean, think about that. It's frightening to think, you know. But repaying their kindness in lifetime after lifetime from beginningless lives and then into the future. We cannot do this alone. We sustain each other. So on the basis of compassion, knowing I don't like to suffer even while not iota of pain, nor does any other being. So giving, taking on, you know, if I could, you know, just like we have the example of Jesus Christ in the world, you know, symbolically on the cross, you know, taking on the suffering. I say symbolically because did it relieve the suffering of the world? No. But was it a gesture of compassion? Yes. To like that ourselves. We can't relieve it, but we can cultivate the mind of compassion that gives us more power, so more and more we can relieve the suffering of others, combining with our wisdom mind. an immeasurable joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Gurudev, bless me to be able to do this. So taking on this sense of universal responsibility, you know, if not me, who? Because I have all the conditions. It doesn't get better than this. If not now, when? You know, now when the world's in crisis. I mean, how bad does it have to get before I take action? So thinking like that and thinking, I will give all my past, present, and future merits, all my virtues accumulated from beginningless lives up to now and into the future, all the way up to enlightenment, to each and every sentient being, no strings attached, you know, wishing to bring them to the bliss of enlightenment, and then they experience great bliss, and then you we all experience great bliss, a state of joyfulness of having brought them to enlightenment. Rejoice in that. Rejoice in all merits or virtues that have ever arisen from any ourselves, past, present, future, each and every other sentient being, ordinary being, past, present, future, every, you know, tiny little act, tiniest little act, rejoice in that of virtue, of positivity in the world, all the way up to the Arya Bodhisattvas, who are able to be more and more powerful emanations and so forth to benefit the world in skillful means. And the Buddhas, you know, infinite wisdom, compassion, purity, and power, inseparable from our own precious gurus. Rejoice in all of that, past, present, future, for the benefit of all beings. And with that powerful mind, spacious mind of these immeasurable thoughts for immeasurable beings, recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Again, we can visualize above the crown of the head of each and every single one of us, every atom of space, an emanation of pure altruistic compassion, only wishing to help and can't bear to see the suffering, and just like out of the tears of Chenrezig, despairing at the suffering momentarily. But then this rainfall, this cooling energy of compassion dissolving through your crown, melting into you and that of each and every sentient being, pacifying the fires of our agitated minds, pacifying any disease, any harm, any potential for any harm. Completely, our body transforms like precious crystal, glistening, radiant, pure. So we can think like that, healing energy. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum.
Yes.
Did I mute? Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Don't know how that happened. Oh, well. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Be well. Be happy. Be well. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. All the dedications and prayers we've done this year, last year, for a whole 75 weeks of engaging in this prayerathon, but all other prayers and practices of all beings throughout, this whole time of coronavirus, of all the faiths and so forth, everybody practicing in their homes and dedicating of, all the virtues accumulated by all beings working in this space on the front line. We can dedicate that, all past, present, and future merits, all of it, more extensively. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, maintain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. I always think when Shantideva composed this, that we didn't have the operations that we have today to restore sight and cochlear implants and so forth. So it's an amazing time in the world as well. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. We see that here, of course, in Australia, as we're drying out as a continent and elsewhere in the world. May all medicines be effective, these vaccinations and boosters and everything, and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and suffering quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never, never, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. Just that. As long as space remains. As long as transmigratory beings remain. Until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So then we can seal all these dedications in emptiness. The most powerful way to seal our merits, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. Whatever understanding of emptiness, in other words, everything is a dependent arising, which means everything is possible. May the I, which is a total elaboration my mind has made up, not one atom in this body-mind continuum or elsewhere. Attain the state of Lama Tsongkhapa's full enlightenment dependent on so many powerful causes and conditions. And lead all sentient beings without exception, disregarding none, which are empty by existing by way of their own characteristics from their own side. To that state which exists in mere name by myself alone, which is a total hallucination, merely labeled by the mind. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samanta Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all these roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct in the world. As demonstrated by our precious gurus, so dedicating for their long life to continue to guide us and keep us on the right track. His Holiness the Dalai Lama's long life. Jikte hen kam dir pende malupa gang le shongwei sampel yishino Kadrin Somi Tenzin Gyatsolan Sowa Depso Tushilundruksho. And for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche in Nepal, to continue to guide us forever, lifetime to lifetime. Tu su shan xin jam gun yawe tenzin yom pawe konzog do pose chu sum ko we le mon tu dro Kahata sutu jegunu jati. So thank you very, very much. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps muting. Oh, keeps muting. Do we have? Oh, Venerable Namjong La.
Hi. Sorry
Hi.
about that.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Yeah.
Yes. Let's see if we can start afresh, reset, renew our vigor and enthusiasm. So
Yes,
lovely
yes,
to
please.
yes, please. Exactly. Okay. Over
Yeah,
to
thank you very much.
you.
Okay, yeah, have a good one. Okay, so hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining our continuing series of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer session. So as many of you know, we have been doing this now. I think we are at the 75th consecutive week that we've been doing this. And as many of you know, we have been doing this on the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche when the pandemic started. Through his infinite compassion and wisdom, he observed and thought that if the global Sangha community can come together and do this very blessed practice by the great Tibetan Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, that it would prove to be very beneficial for the pandemic. And so, yeah, the IMI Sangha community and all of you who tune into these events have taken that up. And, we can really rejoice on that. All of you who have participated since the beginning of this, as many of you know, we have been following our Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice. And so it's really something to rejoice about. So now, as many of you know, at the beginning of the sessions, we always adjust our motivation. And yes, we have been saying that we're doing this for, to benefit the pandemic situation. And, that is good. But when we look a bit deeper, right, we should expand our motivation, recalling our mind of great compassion that wants all sentient beings to be free from suffering, which means all kinds of suffering. Of course, there are many types of suffering that sentient beings experience. The suffering of illness is just one. And so there's also the suffering of, dissatisfaction, the suffering of that comes from a war, natural disasters, not only the suffering that comes from, physical illness, but also mental illness, and suffering from natural disasters and so forth. But when we look even deeper than that, we see that actually why are sentient beings suffering? Well, it's because we haven't abandoned the causes of suffering, which are our karma and our delusions. And so as long as we are under the kind of control of the karma and delusions, we are bound to take birth in the cycle of existence, otherwise known as samsara. And while we're in samsara, we're then bound to experience one type of unsatisfactory suffering event or another. So now, when we generate the mind that wishes for sentient beings to be free from suffering, then we should have a more pervasive view to think, as we do when we do the four measurable thoughts, right? May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. And then in the way we practice in the Mahayana, we don't just leave it at this wish, may all sentient beings be free from suffering and the cause of suffering, but we continue on and say, I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and their causes, right? And then when we consider how are we going to do that, we then see, well, if we want sentient beings to be free from suffering and the cause of suffering, we have to help them be free of the root of samsara, the ignorant mind that grasps onto a distorted view of reality. And the only way to be free of that is to cultivate the antidote, which is the wisdom of ultimate reality, the wisdom of emptiness. That and only that has the power to eliminate, abandon the root cause of suffering. And so if we want to help sentient beings generate this mind that realizes emptiness within their mental continuum, well, we ourselves need to do that first. And then not only that, in order to have the best skills, ability, qualities to guide sentient beings in the most effective way, then we should also develop our own qualities to their fullest extent. And this development of our innate potential to the fullest extent is the state of enlightenment. So that's what it means to be enlightenment. As many of you know, the Tibetan Sangha, Sang has a connotation of purification. Ge has a connotation of increasing. So we abandon and purify all the faults of the mind and develop all the good qualities and then arrive at the state of enlightenment, where we'll be able to guide and lead sentient beings in the most effective way from the oceans of samsaric suffering to the state of enlightenment. So now, with that in mind, then we should think, okay, I want to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, and therefore I need to accumulate the causes to do that. The causes being the accumulation of merit and transcendental wisdom, as well as the purification of all these obscurations in our mind. And therefore, in order to do that, I'm going to participate in this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer session here today. So please think like that. And just one moment. Right before, when I was trying to log on, I discovered that my computer is not working. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do the screen share like I normally do. So in the comments below, you'll find the text of the Thangtong Gyalpo. If you don't have it downloaded already, please do so now. The prayer liberating Sakya from disease. And so now, while if you haven't downloaded it, or please open it up on your own device, then to, recall that we're doing this for all sentient beings, and therefore we can visualize all the sentient beings in space around us, and to then think that the Buddha, our guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha, is also in the space in front of us, and our guru has come here to help us, to inspire us, and to guide us to the path to liberation and enlightenment. And then recalling the good qualities of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, and aspiring to generate those qualities within our own mental continuum. Then that's the reason why we take refuge, which is basically to reaffirm our commitment to train in the path of the Dharma that has been taught by the Buddha. So, all sentient beings, my mothers who are in infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are in infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are in infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so now we'll do the recitation of the mantra of Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of Compassion. And before we do that, then those of you who have attained the initiation, then you can generate yourself first as a deity and first purify all the impure appearances into emptiness, recalling the ultimate nature of phenomena being that they lack even an atom of inherent existence. They don't exist from their own side. They don't exist established by means of their own characteristics. They are merely labeled by the mind. However, since to our ignorant minds, then all the imprints of this ignorance grasping on to true existence, then that causes the phenomena to appear as if they were truly existent. And therefore, since the appearance and the way they actually exist are not the same, then you'll see in the text, that's why they say everything is like a dream, an illusion, a mirage, and so forth. So just recall that. And then this mind that realizes the ultimate nature of all phenomena, then that arises as Avalokiteshvara. If you haven't received the initiation, then you can just visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. And either from your own heart, with you clarified as Avalokiteshvara, or from the Avalokiteshvara in the space in front. You can visualize there's a lotus and a moon disk, on top of which is an upright syllable Hri, surrounded by the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Now, as we recite the mantra, then from the mantra and the lotus and the seed syllable at the heart, countless light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. And these light rays then come to strike all sentient beings. And then sentient beings are completely purified of all their negative karma, all their obscurations to liberation and enlightenment. And then, of course, everything less than that, all the sicknesses, all their delusions, any kind of problems. We can also think that these purifying light rays also purify the environment. So from all the pollution, all the wildfires that are going on, those are extinguished. All the plastic pollution in the waterways is also purified. And all sentient beings, by the time we finish the mantra recitation, will be enlightened. And then this very world will no longer be the impure world, but actually the pure realm of Avalokiteshvara. So with all that visualization, and then thinking, especially just refresh the bodhicitta, that thinking every mantra I now recite, right? I'm doing this for all the sentient beings. And then with this mind conjoined with bodhicitta, keeping the visualization in mind, we'll now recite the mantra. So first chanting out loud, and then we'll go to a more silent recitation so we can do more recitations. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So now think that due to the power of having recited the mantra and the purifying light rays that radiate out from Avalokiteshvara's heart, that all the sinning beings are now completely purified of all their negative karma, all their sicknesses, all of their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and all have attained the state of enlightenment, Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. And also think that the world is now completely pure. And so all the various pollutions, pollution in our air, pollution in the water, pollution in the soil, and so forth, are also completely purified. And the world is now the pure land of Avalokiteshvara. Okay, and so now for the rest of the session, we will recite the actual prayer over and over again. So yeah, it's on page 3. You'll see it there. And again, sorry, I don't have the screen share feature up and running right now. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, we'll repeat. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So now we can do a more general dedication. So let me open up here. So you can think that we're dedicating all of this merit accumulated by ourselves, as well as all the merit accumulated over 3 times by all the numberless sinning beings and the numberless Buddhas, for the benefit of all sinning beings, and especially that the mind of bodhicitta can arise in our hearts, as well as in the hearts of all the various sinning beings, without even a second's delay. And that altruistic wish of bodhicitta that has already been generated may always increase. Then we also dedicate for the long lives of the spiritual friends, particularly His Holiness Dalai Lama, as well as Lama Zopa Rinpoche. May they have long and stable lives. May all of their holy wishes increase, be fulfilled immediately, and all of their virtuous activities have quick success, exactly according to their wishes. And then we can also dedicate that we ourselves, as well as all the rest of the sending beings, always be guided by such perfect Mahayana virtuous friends. And may we always be able to fulfill all of their advice and instructions immediately and perfectly. And in that way, life after life, may we always be guided by them, and without separation, until we attain the state of enlightenment. And then we can also dedicate for all the various problems in the world. Yes, the problems due to sickness, but more generally also all the problems due to war, all the problems due to natural disasters, and especially the environmental degradation, the problems due to climate change, and so forth. So may these and all the rest of the problems be instantly pacified, not only in our world, but all the world systems in the whole universe, in the whole 10 directions, and may they never occur again. And then we can also dedicate for all those beings who recently died. May they instantly be reborn in Pure Land, where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, may they again attain a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana Dharma and Mahayana virtuous friend, and attain enlightenment in this very lifetime, in their next lifetime. And then let's seal the dedication with the understanding of emptiness. So thinking due to this merit, which exists merely labeled by the mind, may I, who am merely labeled by the mind, means not existing from my own side, achieve the state of enlightenment, which is merely labeled by the mind. And then may I lead all sinning beings who are merely labeled by the mind to that state of enlightenment by myself alone, which is merely labeled by the mind. Okay, thank you very much, and Happy New Year to everyone. Tenzin, namaste.
Namaste, good morning.
Yes, Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not quite New Year's yet, right? For you?
Not quite. No, not yet over here. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And
How How are the conditions in Sarah?
Yeah, okay. You know, the weather's quite nice, so that's good. Has it been snowing a lot where you were?
Yeah, where we are, yeah. Some
Yeah,
heavy snow, and we had like -30, I think.
Right.
Quite chilly.
Yeah. I was actually going to mention, I have my brother lives in Wenatchee, which is pretty close
Really?
to you, I think.
Oh, very close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe, I don't know if
Well, come and visit.
Yeah, when I visit my brother next time, maybe I'll pop up. So yeah,
be good to see you.
hopefully it'll be a little bit warmer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, all the best, and I very much rejoice for the service you're offering up there, and have a great new year.
Thank you. You too. See you next time.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so welcome anyone that is tuning in for this session. This session's going to run we're going to go for about an hour. Obviously, we're all welcome to stay for as long as we can. So for those continuing on from the last session with Venerable Namjong, perhaps just taking a moment to let the blessings of the prayers and dedications to settle. And for those joining newly for this session, then we can just also take a moment to allow our minds to settle a little, letting go of whatever it was we were doing before this session, and also giving ourselves permission that we can let go of needing to think about anything that we might have to do later. So in this sense, we can give ourselves a little holiday, a vacation to focus our attention on the experience of the present moment. And so intentionally letting go of the thoughts of the past and future. And when those thoughts come up and our mind is encouraged, invited to move to another time or another place, just noting that this is happening and reminding ourselves that we have a choice of whether we follow these thoughts. And in this sense, we can keep opening up this space of presence. And this ability, this skill that we can develop over time to allow our minds to settle, to intentionally not follow thoughts that want to pull the mind away. We can develop a more increasingly concentrated mind. And so no matter what activity we want to engage in, the ability to focus the mind is a very necessary foundation for accomplishing any activity, and no less for activities that involve training one's mind and opening our hearts to meditate, to visualize, to say prayers, to set our intention and to do what we can to offer prayers and positive energy to the world around us. And so the fact that we've taken time to join together to do this, as I think this is the 75th weekend, 24-hour prayer session that the IMI Sangha monks and nuns have been gathering so that we can offer this. It's such a beautiful opportunity for us, and we're very grateful to be able to gather with friends online to offer what we can to the world. And so developing this focused, calm presence is an important and effective foundation for our prayers. On this foundation, we can then build the other layers within the mind that increase even more how potent, how effective our prayers and meditation and visualization and dedications can be. In general, we could think that the more that we're able to develop and foster a warm-hearted attitude that connects with the well-being of others in a meaningful way, and wishes to improve even slightly the conditions that others are experiencing. This warm-heartedness is the key. Whether we think of it as love, kindness, compassion, that we can build up an altruistic reason for doing what we're doing. And the more that we can feel this in the heart, and the wider the scope of our altruistic thought, and the stronger the intention, we could think of this as the further our prayers and love and positive energy can radiate out into the world, and the more benefit that we can offer. So when we bring to mind our friends and our family, perhaps we can already foster this warm-hearted attitude. Maybe we can be already aware of difficulties that those close to us, our loved ones, are facing. Perhaps we know of people that have died already from the virus, the various variants that are traveling swiftly around the world. Perhaps we know of people that are sick, hopefully recovering swiftly, but maybe not. Or perhaps we know of people whose lives have been impacted in a way that's very difficult for them to experience. Perhaps disconnected from loved ones. Perhaps lacking in resources. Or fearful of the unknown that accompanies so much of this pandemic experience. Or perhaps we know people who find themselves upset or even agitated with the conflict in their mind with some of the policies or ideas, the science, the politics the decision is so hard to make for any of us, so hard to have the right policy or idea to know how to handle. And yet we may know people who are suffering because of their strong disagreement with rules and mandates and policies. So we may know people that are suffering right now in many ways due to the virus, the sickness, the ill health that is so prevalent in the world. And so for those that we know and our loved ones, it's easier for us to open our hearts and to wish them well. Because when we look at developing, deepening this love, we can identify two main ingredients. One is an ability to connect, to feel a sense of connection. And the other is to recognize the difficulty that people are experiencing and a wish to help in some way, a wish that they could not be experiencing the difficulties, that they could be experiencing the happiness that they wish for. So for our loved ones, it's easier to feel this sense of connection. That may, after all, be exactly why they are our loved ones, because we do feel this sense of connection. And this is precisely how we can train our minds to open up this sphere of concern so that we can feel a sense of connection and care and love more and more humans, animals, all beings. And we can do this by reflecting on the ways that we are already connected to others, even we may not be aware of it. And to help deepen this sense of connection, to open our minds to the connection that exists already, we can think in two ways. One is that every living being, ourselves and all others, are exactly the same in our wish to be happy, to have even the smallest happiness, and to have as much happiness as possible, peace of mind, a positive experience, to be loved. In this regard, we are no different. So whether the other person is someone we know, or someone we've yet to meet, or even someone that we are in conflict with, we share this exact same wish to be happy. The other side of this coin is that ourselves and all living beings are exactly the same in not wanting even the smallest of sufferings. Difficulty, discontent, sadness, depression, worry, physical sickness, even the thought of it we don't like produces a discomfort, pain in the mind, and we don't want this. So this already now is something that connects us with every single living being. So this sense of connection already exists. The second way that we're already connected is that our happiness, every happiness, anything that we can imagine, anything good in our life, has come about due to the kindness of others. And when we check this condition, these conditions for these good things to come into our lives, the beings that are responsible for these experiences that we enjoy, the circle is very wide. When we check deeply, this ripples out very far and wide. So even our own happiness and the things that we enjoy, we see that only come about thanks to the kindness of others. Whether we are aware of who they are, or even aware of the kindness of others that has brought about these experiences, nevertheless they exist. So another way that we're already connected to others. And then based on this sense of connection, we look at the ways that sentient beings, that living beings, our friends, family, community, nation, human brothers and sisters, are constantly having experiences that they don't enjoy, particularly now in the world. So much suffering, unknown, uncertainty. And the happiness that we do experience can often prove to be quite temporary and sometimes even quite elusive. So with this sense of connection to beings, so the sense of humans being all of brothers and sisters in one human family starts to have a very good taste. This idea really makes sense. We look at this deeper level, past the surface differences to the deeper sense, the deeper truth of how connected we are. So this is a very skillful way of opening our hearts and our love to be more steady, wider reaching, and our actions to be more altruistic. So by slowly training our minds to focus and our hearts to develop this sense of love, kindness, compassion, altruism, we can tend to the garden of our mind and grow the qualities that we would welcome. And when we consider the evolution of this growth, when we think whatever understanding we have of enlightenment, of being awake, an awakened being, we can think of this as the purification or the cleansing, the dissolving, the letting go of all of our habits that are narrow-minded and that cause suffering, that are confused and self-focused. And it's also the development, full development of all the positive qualities in the mind. So the potential for enlightenment already exists in our minds. And through the process of cleaning and developing, we can fully develop our minds to the state of a fully awakened, enlightened mind. And as far away as this might seem as a goal, if we keep changing, purifying, cleansing, letting go, dissolving our negative habits, the ones that cause suffering for ourselves and others, and we keep turning our minds towards cherishing others with a wisdom that acknowledges, recognizes, and lives in line with the sense of connection that we have, then we will move towards this enlightened state. And along the way, our actions will be more and more effective, our prayers will be more and more effective, and we will have more and more happiness in our lives. So when we even to set our mind in a direction, an intention of how wonderful it would be if ourselves and all living beings could become enlightened, do become enlightened. And for that reason, we're going to say these prayers and dedicate our practice for the benefit of our human brothers and sisters, all the animals, and all living beings as far as we can imagine in all the universes. We take on that responsibility, this altruistic engagement. And with this warm, open-hearted motivation, then we can visualize and invite into the meditation with us, into this practice. On our left side, we can invite our mother of this life, and on our right side, our father of this life. And around us, all of our loved ones. And then in the space in front of us, we can prepare a very special seat, very nice, cozy, comfortable seat for someone that we have some conflict with at the moment, perhaps. That perhaps they are most in need of love, kindness, that they may find peace of mind and have the happiness they look for. And then surrounding us, all living beings, as far as the imagination can bring to mind. And so we're leading, we've invited all these beings to these prayers, to this session. We're going to lead them in this practice. So we take responsibility in our hearts for all these living beings. And then in the space in front of us, we can imagine all the loving, kind, wisdom, compassion, energy of all the enlightened beings fills the space in front of us like a beautiful, pleasant, bright light filling the vast expanse of space in front of us. It's very comforting. There's a warmth to it. And then we can, if we like, we can shape this enlightened energy into an inspiring person that we know, spiritual figure that inspires us, a teacher. And we can also perhaps think that this is the Buddha of compassion, so the embodiment of fully developed compassion, wisdom, energy, Chenrezig, who has a white holy body made of light, sitting on a beautiful lotus and is smiling very kindly towards us and all living beings. So happy that we're dedicating some time today to developing a warm-hearted intention to help others around us. So as we keep this visualization as best we can, that this enlightened energy is in the space in front and all living beings are around us, then we can recite together to just clarify our motivation even more, the foundation of all good qualities. And as we recite each verse, we can imagine that white light and nectar and inspiration comes from Guru Chenrezig in the space in front of us and inspires our mind in the meaning of the verse that we've just recited. So we can pause just for a moment after each verse and bring this to mind. It's a skillful way of turning our mind, aligning our mind in the meaning of these verses. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correctly following the Guru is the root of the path. By my clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon the Guru with great respect. When I have discovered that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, it is extremely difficult to find again and is greatly meaningful, please bless me to unceasingly generate the mind, taking its essence day and night. This body and life are changing like a water bubble. Remember how quickly they perish and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. When I have found definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be conscientious in abandoning even the slightest collection of shortcomings and in accomplishing all virtuous deeds. When I have recognized the shortcomings of samsaric perfections, there is no satisfaction in enjoying them. They are the door to all suffering, and they cannot be trusted. Please bless me to generate a strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Through my being led by this pure thought, with great remembrance, alertness, and conscientiousness, please bless me to make keeping the individual liberation vows the root of the teachings my essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother transmigratory beings. By my seeing this, please bless me to train in supreme bodhicitta, which bears the responsibility of freeing transmigratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta without familiarizing myself with the three types of morality, I cannot achieve enlightenment. By my seeing this well, please bless me to keep the vow of the sons of the victorious ones with fervent effort. by my having pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. When I have become a suitable vessel by training in the common path, please bless me to immediately enter the holy gateway of the fortunate beings, the supreme of all vehicles, the Vajrayana. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the two attainments is keeping my vows and samayas purely. When I have gained effortless conviction in this, please bless me to protect them, even at the cost of my life. Then, when I have realized exactly the vital points of the two stages, the essence of the tantric sets, and I'm enjoying the yoga of 4 sessions without effort, without being distracted by non-meditation objects, please bless me to accomplish these according to the teachings of the holy beings. Thus may the virtuous friends who reveal the noble path and the spiritual practitioners who accomplish it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely the collections of outer and inner obstacles. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So, with our motivation now very clear, in line with the foundational order qualities, we can recite the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating Sakya from disease. Very, very powerful prayer, very blessed, written by a realized yogi, Thangtong Gyalpo, Mahasiddha, to help prevent and reduce and prevent disease in the world. And so we've been reciting this for 75 weeks now, and we'll continue on with, due to the kindness and advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, that this may be some benefit in the world that we can offer. So we'll start with the motivation, and we'll recite this 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So taking a moment to reflect on the meaning of this verse, the meaning of refuge. Just as in our lives now, when we have a problem and we look for something that will help, if we fall over and we look for something sturdy to push ourselves back up onto our feet. We want something reliable, something that will help, something that we can trust, that will be there and will be effective. And when we find it, we are grateful and we use it. So that's one way to think of refuge. When we think of how we regularly, consistently fall down, as it were, with difficulties in our life. Every day we face and experience challenges, physical, mental, emotional, relational. And so we look for what's a reliable help. How can we lift ourselves up from these difficult experiences? And when we check and we see how much of our difficult experiences, how much of our suffering is due to our own way of engaging in the experience we're having, how our minds, our own minds, due to habits, to respond with particular thoughts and emotional reactions, often is not as effective as we'd like it to be. How much of our suffering is coming from our own minds. Although we want happiness, we often engage in a way that pushes that happiness away. As much as we don't want to suffer, so often the habits that we have actually somehow create the causes for suffering, the very suffering we don't want. So how can Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha help us with this problem? Well, Buddha is the awakened mind. And in some ways we could say the best psychologist, the best therapist there is, who's someone who has discovered the nature, the true nature of their own mind. And so knows perfectly how the mind works, how to create the cause for happiness, and how to not create the cause for suffering. Reduce and eliminate the causes for suffering that we have in our mental continuum. And when the awakened mind writes down, explains, provides commentary so that we can learn and use techniques that are effective, this is what we call Dharma, the teaching and the realizations that the Buddha taught. So we also take refuge not only in the ones that are able to explain from their state of realization, but also what they explain. And the Sangha is a spiritual community, those who have a deep understanding, not yet Buddha, not yet fully awakened, but a good, deep experience from which they can explain and help us. So sometimes we can think of the Buddha or the enlightened beings as like the doctor, diagnosing and prescribing the right medicine at the right time for the right situation. And the Dharma being the medicine that they are prescribing. And the Sangha being like nurses who can help us to take the medicine and recover, to get better. So the more that we're aware of how we're suffering, how our way of doing things is not providing the happiness that we seek, the more that we can open our minds and develop this mind of refuge that seeks help, reliable help from the helper, the help, and those that can support us. So with this mind of refuge, in order to be the most benefit to others, Buddha can teach us, can reveal techniques for how we can develop our love, our compassion, our wisdom, and our skillful means of acting in the world. And one such way is to recite the mantra of the Compassion Buddha, the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, which blesses and inspires our minds to open our hearts. So by reciting the mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum, the compassion mantra, the heart opens and we can develop this more expansive love and compassion. So as we recite the mantra together, we can visualize that from the light from Shakyamuni Buddha, from the light of Guru Chenrezig, we will radiate this light out to all living beings seated around us, and that this light and nectar from Guru Chenrezig enters the bodies and minds of all these living beings and purifies, soothes any suffering that these beings are experiencing. We can think of particular people that we know, and include as many beings as we can imagine. So it purifies their mind of any suffering they're experiencing and fills them with positive states of mind, especially develops in their hearts a very deep, stable sense of love and altruism. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now we can invite Guru Chenrezig to come and inspire us, to dissolve into us and stay in our hearts, to stay blessing and inspiring our minds, to turn towards and remember to engage with love and compassion in the world. And Guru Chenrezig is very happy to do this and comes, radiates out and comes, and the replica sits on the heads of all living beings and dissolves into a beautiful white light. And this white light comes into us and we feel a sense of connection, sense of oneness with the fully enlightened compassion, wisdom, energy of Chenrezig. Inspired, open-hearted, warm-hearted, and we make a commitment that we will, as much as we can, in every moment of the day, engage in the world with this warm-hearted approach, attitude. And we look around and we see that all beings have this enlightened compassion energy in their hearts, free from all their suffering, and a very joyful, happy state of mind. The happiness that comes from cherishing others. And now to dedicate the visualization, we can recite the prayer 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, and by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll recite it 2 more times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so we can dedicate. Let's see if we can do this. Here we go. Dedicate our practice a little more to this prayer from Shantideva Vajrasattva. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So, just taking a moment to reflect on how wonderful it's been that we've been able to spend any time on opening our hearts and reciting prayers, mantras, visualizing, offering us whatever benefit we can using these blessed instructions and advice from realized beings so that we can bring the most benefit to the world around us. So we can dedicate all this positive energy, all this merit. We can combine it with all the positive actions that we've done any time in the past, and all the positive actions that we might do, that we will do any time in the future. And we can combine it with all the merit, the positive energy created by all other living beings and all awakened beings, all Buddhas, in the past, present, and future. And we can dedicate all of this mass of positive energy that the supreme, open-hearted, altruistic thoughts of bodhicitta, the mind dedicated to enlightenment for the benefit of others, that is not yet born, may arise and grow. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. Likewise, may the wisdom, realizing the true nature of reality that cuts through all of our suffering, that has not yet been born, may it arise and grow. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. May the lives of our teachers, particularly His Holiness Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all kind, qualified, realized teachers in the world, may their lives be long and stable. May they remain and teach us until samsara ends. And may all their projects in the world come about without a second's delay. Good morning, Venerable Tenzin La.
Good morning, Venerable Tenzin La. Good
Nice
morning.
to see you.
How are you? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Oh, good. You're in Dharamsala, are you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. You're warm enough?
You're
wrapped up.
warm enough.
Yeah.
Warm
Okay.
enough.
Okay.
As my grandmother would say, good enough.
And your health is good?
Yes, excellent. How are you?
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm in Washington State in the US. Yeah.
Yeah.
Offering service in Lama Zopa Rinpoche's retreat house in Washington.
How wonderful. I really rejoice in that. What a great opportunity.
So here we've had lots of snow and it's been quite chilly recently, unusually chilly. Yeah, but that's okay. The heating works, so we're very fortunate.
Very nice. Until we generate two more, we need a little external help. Yeah,
that's it. That might be a while. So yeah.
Nice to see you. Thank you for such a good session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Yeah.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye. Hi. How to make the there? Okay. Good morning from Dharamsala. Happy New Year for those of you who've already started the day. And I greet you with joy on this arbitrarily decided first day of the new year, 2022. Even thinking about that, we can use that as a brief meditation on emptiness and dependent arising, how we label things and we start, oh, this is the first day of a new year. And thinking that we can infuse this thought, the desire to act for others, to generate compassion and loving kindness, and to work for the benefit of others. Let's get comfortable. You can sit on a cushion, on a chair, anywhere, sit in any way that helps you focus your mind. And let's let go of anything we've been thinking about, what's happened today so far, especially let go of events, internal and external, your feelings, your opinions, the things that happened in the past, yesterday. Turn away from that, that's finished. And let go of thoughts of the future, what you might do later today, what you're hoping for, expecting, the whole crowd of thoughts. Think of them as something that you're clutching in your hand, and open your hand, and they all just dissipate. Exhale, and with that, every thought goes out. And let's focus on the breath for a little bit, breathing naturally. And to help focus, you might think, inhale, Om. Breath inside, Ah. Exhale, Hum. Inhale, Om. Breath inside, Ah. Exhale, Hum. And continue breathing naturally, Om, Ah, Hum. You might, with one corner of your mind, notice that the bare action of inhale, pause, exhale has the tone of Om, Ah, Hum. And now just sit, breathing, relaxed, alert. Continue to focus on the breath if you like, or on your own mind without getting caught up in thought. Or if you prefer, if it helps, focus on a particular mental object, an image of Chenrezig, of Tara, or of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, or of your Guru. Think they're pleased with me. And thinking this, relax and focus, breathing naturally. And now feeling focused, alert, relaxed and calm. Expand your sense, your mental visualization, and think sentient beings are around me. All sentient beings are around me. All sentient beings. We are all connected. We're all dependent on each other. And notice that when we turn our minds to others, when we think about others, we can let go of our fears, develop our courage to work entirely for the benefit of others, to eliminate suffering, provide temporary and lasting happiness, which is what we'll do today. We can think it's in dependence on taking care of others that we have the opportunity to practice morality, to generate compassion and affectionate love. We have the opportunity to practice patience. It's a great opportunity. Feel gratitude toward those around us who give us the opportunity to practice patience. And we have the opportunity to practice joyous effort, continuing again and again to turn our minds to virtue. We have the opportunity to develop meditative concentration, wisdom, realizing that things appear, but they're empty. And we have the opportunity to generate and develop compassion in our dependence on others. Great compassion arises through observing all sentient beings without excluding even one. So think, all sentient beings are around me. Those who are easiest to visualize, to bring to mind, maybe your family, your friends, on either side of you, behind you, in front of you, those toward whom perhaps you have feelings of irritation or frustration. What a wonderful opportunity to let go of myself and hold others most dear. And as you visualize them, expand. Beings of the hell realms, the preta realms, animals, humans, demigods, gods. You can include arhats, you can include bodhisattvas, you can include all beings you can think of. Not jammed together, but extending throughout space, family, friends, dogs, cats, humans and non-humans, in the neighborhood, in the country, in the world, and including those with whom you have conflicted feelings or frustration or even anger. All sentient beings of the 6 realms. But whatever visualization you have, the important thing is to feel, to know all sentient beings all around us are connected with each other. And think with the wish to benefit all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling gem. I shall hold them most dear at all times. I shall hold them most dear right now. Generate loving kindness and affection for all sentient beings, wishing all sentient beings, including myself, to have happiness and well-being. Don't leave yourself out. Generate compassion, wishing for every sentient being to be free from every kind of suffering, from the diseases of body and mind, from the effects of war and violence, overt and covert, from what we call natural disasters of earth, water, fire, and wind, free from the suffering of poverty and all forms of deprivation. And more important, actually, free from the causes of these sufferings, the anger and attachment, jealousy and arrogance, the afflicted states of mind, and the karma that results from afflicted states of mind. We wish for all sentient beings to be free from the pervasive potential for suffering. I shall now engage in this practice in order to free all sentient beings, equal to space, from all suffering. I shall engage in this practice in order to cherish all sentient beings like my life, in order to cherish them more than myself. And specifically today, right now, I shall focus my mind on the practice of compassion in reliance on the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, in order to be of the greatest possible benefit for all sentient beings. Visualize Chenrezig's snow-white body, 2 hands if you like, 4 hands, 1,000 arms, as you like. Eyes, gazing with compassion on all sentient beings. Whatever is most beneficial for your mind. Visualize on the crown of your head a white lotus, maybe 4 fingers above your crown, and on that lotus a white moon disk, and the visualization of Chenrezig that you most care for, that you're most relaxed to have there. And if that's difficult, visualize white light. Think I'm surrounded by all sentient beings of Chenrezig on my crown, and let this visualization become clear. And now think, this is my most precious Guru, who's guiding me and all sentient beings to enlightenment. Essence encompassing all of the Gurus, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, foremost of all the noble ones intent on virtue, in the glorious holy Guru, I go for refuge. Please, Guru, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, hindrances on the path to not arise. Bless me that I cease all wrong conceptions, and that I attain the two precious bodhicittas. Determined to be of the greatest benefit for all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling gem, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting gem, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of all transmigratory beings. And now let's turn to the refuge specifically for our practice today, which I think is in the description. You'll find the Vajrasattva of Mahasiddha Gonchen Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. This is the causal refuge. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, the resultant refuge. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Visualize Chenrezig on the crown, however you visualize Chenrezig. And from Chenrezig, white light flows down, purifying all non-virtue, all negative thoughts, all wrong actions. Don't hold back any. All compassionate Chenrezig is a faultless snow-white body. His eyes look with infinite compassion on each and every individual sentient being without partiality throughout space. Now continue with this visualization, and as we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, and as we recite, light shining from the form of Chenrezig goes out, touching each and every sentient being all around us throughout space. And each sentient being throughout space is purified of all negative karma and its causes, the afflicted mind of ignorance and confusion. The outer realm, the environment becomes clean, pure, and perfect. Think of places you've seen or you've imagined or you've been that are desirable, maybe with trees and streams or beaches, beautiful skies. Think of this, don't just stay with visuals. Think of the sounds of birds, delightful aromas, whatever you like. It becomes a realm of bliss. And the body, speech, and mind of all beings become free from suffering, free of disease, free of discomfort, from all negativities and faults. And above the crown of each sentient being is all compassionate, omniscient, powerful Chenrezig. If you have the empowerment, visualize yourself as Chenrezig, sending out rays of light. You are Chenrezig, and you're able to do this, sending out these rays of light, purifying the environment into the realm of bliss, all sentient beings into the form of Chenrezig. We can recite aloud, or we can recite silently. As we recite, infuse this compassionate activity with a meditation on emptiness in a simple way, by thinking, being here, this activity, our relationship with our Guru Chenrezig, with all sentient beings. It's all dependently related. So let's recite for a little while this powerful mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, thinking that all sentient beings become purified. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Reciting in this way, I think all sentient beings are purified of all negativities of body and of mind. The environment is completely pure. All attain the state of Chenrezig, of Holy Avalokiteshvara, of the embodiment of compassion. And we could dedicate our activities by means of the powerful prayer of the great meditator, Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. Due to these merits, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 types of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so on. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the gurus and the jewels, 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the unmistaken truth of karma and its results, may these many dedications of prayers be fulfilled immediately without delay. Think as we recite this prayer that you're not asking someone else to do this, but by the power of action, unfailable action and its result, these dedications and prayers come to pass. They occur as soon as possible. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere signs of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 types of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so on. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the unmistaken truth of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately without delay. May whatever sufferings there are, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 types of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so on. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the unmistaken truth of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately without delay. And let's now engage in another important activity, rejoicing. Let's rejoice in the merits of ourselves and others who engaged in this activity today, Buddhist and non-Buddhist, the merits of those hosting this activity, and the merits of those who are providing technical support, making this possible. Thank you very much. Much gratitude. We're very grateful. We rejoice in the merits of all who act with compassion, seeking to benefit others, those seen and unseen, whom we know and whom we don't know, those who are working with disease, those who are experiencing depression, those who are working with and those who are experiencing psychosis, violence, deprivation, all forms of loss, not just in the human realm, all these, in all the realms, the merits of those providing food and shelter and comfort throughout the world. And as we hold each other with affection feel kindness and compassion toward all sentient beings. Think, I will cherish all sentient beings like my life. I will cherish them more than myself. And we rejoice in the merits of those, ourselves and others, who are doing so. And we can dedicate our merits in the following way. If there are beings, sentient beings, or projects for which you are especially, in which you are especially, on which you're focused, or in which you're participating or especially interested, we can dedicate the merits for those. Please bring those to mind now. We can take all the holy beings, His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. May all the holy beings remain for a very long time. And in life after life, may we never be separated from them. May all their holy wishes be fulfilled without delay. And we dedicate also for our precious teachers. May they have long and healthy lives, and may we fulfill their holy wishes exactly as expressed. And we dedicate for those who have died, recently died, who are dying now, that they be born in a pure land, or at least achieve a perfect human rebirth, that they meet the perfect spiritual friend, receive the Dharma, and actualize the complete path to enlightenment. We dedicate that those who are ill with physical illness, with depression, and so on, especially with illnesses related to COVID, be quickly relieved of all illness. May the supreme and precious bodhicitta, which has not arisen in myself and others, arise and grow right now without a second's delay. And where it has arisen, may it never decline, but increase more and more. However many ill beings there are in the world, may they quickly be freed from all illnesses. May all illnesses without exception cease and never occur again. And we can dedicate with the 3 verses from Nagarjuna's precious garland, which His Holiness has often used to bestow the aspiring bodhicitta vows. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicinal plants and wood of the forest may always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my life. May I cherish them more than myself. May all their negative karmas ripen upon me, and may all my virtues ripen upon them. For as long as even one sentient being is not liberated from cyclic existence, for that long may I remain in cyclic existence, even though I attain Buddhahood. And now we can dedicate using the long life prayers, first of His Holiness, you who are the sole protector of the Snowland teachings and all sentient beings, who clearly show the path of unified compassion and emptiness. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you uphold the subduer's moral way, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, magnificently accomplished prayers honoring the 3 jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And from the King of Prayers, may as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all sentient beings, may all live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Just as the hero Manjushri and likewise Samantabhadra realize things as they are, I too dedicate all my virtues that I may follow their perfect example. All the victorious ones well gone in the 3 times, praise this dedication as best. Therefore, I dedicate all my roots of virtue that I may accomplish the Bodhisattva's deeds. And finally, we dedicate our merits to never be separated. In all my lives, never apart from you, my perfectly pure gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By accomplishing all the good qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain your very state of Vajrasattva. With my heart going out with great compassion in every direction, where the most precious teachings have not yet spread or once spread have declined, may I reveal this treasure of happiness and aid. Thank you all very much for this wonderful opportunity. And Venerable Tempa, Tintemba. Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Venerable Tendrin.
Hi.
Happy New Year.
Where are you?
I'm at Kopan Monastery in Kopan.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I really rejoice to be physically near the Guru.
Thank you. Where are you?
In Dharamsala.
Dharamsala. Oh, wow. How is it? Is it cold?
Yes. I kind of slipped my Zen over both shoulders here, just you know.
Uh-huh.
How are you? Are you cold? It must be quite similar.
Yeah, it's quite cold here. I don't think anywhere near as cold as Dharamsala. We don't have snow, but it's close to it's in the range of freezing. I think a few degrees above freezing.
Yeah, but it's lovely. The snow is on the mountains. I hope you're well. How are things?
Yeah, very well. Everyone
Good.
here is well.
I wish you a very good session. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. You too. Keep well.
Thank
and
you.
may you have a very prosperous and healthy new year. In
Oh,
2020.
and Happy New Year to you. May your New Year be prosperous and happy and peaceful.
Thank you. Take care. Okay, so thank you, Venerable Tendrin, and Happy New Year, Happy 2022 to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. Thank you for those who are leading and supporting this prayer-a-thon and those who are participating in it. Yeah, it's so wonderful that we're now continuing this in its 75th week. So thank you to Venerable Damcho, who's the main coordinator, and Venerable Tendar. So thank you, and we're doing this for the fulfilling the wishes of our precious Guru Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who expressed the benefit of doing this practice for the current pandemic situation that's been wreaking havoc for the past 2 years now. So we hope that in this year that these we can pacify this ripening karma, which seems so powerful and prevalent at the moment. So we need to. The best way to start a new year or any day in our lives is to set a really positive motivation. That motivation, the strongest motivation being that which is based on bodhicitta, the wish to free all sentient beings from suffering and lead them to complete and total happiness, free from all sorrows. So we bring to mind all those in the world who are suffering, not just those suffering of COVID, but suffering of all sicknesses and diseases. Many people dying also of natural causes, and all those who are living in poverty and in a place where there is famine and also drought. In the developed world as well as in the undeveloped world, and all those who are living in places of conflict and great unrest, where their lives are completely unsettled and totally living under fear, depression, all that suffering, the worst of sufferings in this world, as well as in all the other realms of existence. So we're doing this practice in order to eliminate all of that, not just the current pandemic. So without further ado, we take the best refuge in order to free all that suffering and pacify all that suffering in those perfect three rare sublime ones. So from the text, Prayer Liberating Sakha from Disease by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, we recite the motivation and the refuge lines. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. Clear light. And to strengthen our motivation and set a good motivation for this new year, I would like to lead us in reciting the 8 verses of thought transformation by the great Vajrasattva, in order to eliminate our self-grasping, self-cherishing attitude, which holds ourselves most dear and supreme, and holds all others lower. So this is to completely reverse that thought, that way of thinking. So determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. So visualize one's Guru in space before, in the space in front of you, in the aspect of either Guru Shakyamuni Buddha or Thousand Chenrezig. And visualize clear, completely pure, clear light radiating from the heart and descending to the crown of oneself and granting the blessings of these thoughts to be transformed. Wherever I am, whomever I am with, I shall always consider myself the lowest of all, and from the depth of my heart hold others most dear and supreme. After each verse, we just pause and reflect on that, the blessing from a Guru in the aspect of the deity or Buddha. Transforming our mind. Vigilant, the moment a delusion appears in my mind, endangering myself and others, I shall confront and avert it without delay. Whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and sufferings, I shall hold such rare ones dear, as if I had found a precious treasure. And out of envy, others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. When someone whom I have benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my holy Guru. In short, both directly and indirectly do I offer my every happiness and benefit to all my mothers. I shall secretly take upon myself all their harmful actions and sufferings. and defiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns, may I, by perceiving all phenomena as illusory, be released from the bondage of attachment. So from this supreme aspiration to transform our minds in such a way, with heartfelt expression, our root guru, our holy root guru, rises in the space before us upon a variegated lotus and moon, upon which stands a seed syllable Shri, and from the Shri arises the great compassionate one, Arya Avalokiteshvara, with a pure white body, beautiful, radiant, the essence of pure white light. He has 11 faces. The principal central face is pure white, beautiful and radiant. The right face is green, the left is red. Above those, central face is green, the right white, so the right red and the left white. Above those, the central face is red, the right is white, and the left is green. They each have long, narrow eyes and smiling expressions. Above those is a black, wrathful face of Mahakala with 3 bulging eyes, wrathful wrinkles, bad fangs, and orange hair standing upright. And upon his crown is the red, peaceful face of Guru Amitabha, who gazes down upon us and all sentient beings with endearing, loving kindness and compassion. And Guru Chenrezig's first 2 hands are folded at his heart, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. The second right hand holds a crystal rosary. The third right hand, extended downwards, grants sublime realizations. And the fourth right hand holds a Dharma chakra. On his left side, the second left hand holds a golden lotus with a stem, and the third left hand holds a water vessel, and the fourth left hand holds a bow and arrow. His remaining 992 hands are in the mudra of granting sublime realizations, reaching out in all directions, and in the palm of each hand is the eye of a Buddha, representing the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate beyond. They grant sublime realizations and gaze down upon sentient beings with protection, providing whatever they need. And Guru Chenrezig is adorned with many precious jewels and ornaments, precious garments of celestial silks. Over his left shoulder is an antelope skin. Upon his brow is adorned a white syllable Om, at his throat a red syllable Ah, and at his heart a blue syllable Om. At his heart is also a white seed syllable Shri, from which is emitted brilliant white light, which goes out in all directions, and on the tip of each beam of light, like the sparks of fireworks, they descend to the crown of each sentient being, and on the tip of each is a replica of the great compassionate one. And from them descends the pure white light in the crowns of each and every sentient being, including ourselves, and purifying all negativities, obscurations, and delusions. We maintain that visualization as we recite the 6-syllable mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. So just on the first mala recitation, we focus on the purification of that light through our own central channel, purifying our own negativities, obscurations, and delusions, the obstacles to ourselves benefiting others. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Now with the second mala recitation, we visualize that focus on the visualization of the purification of all the number of sentient beings in all directions, being purified by that pure white light emitting from the heart of the great compassionate one. And also visualize light passing out through our hearts, going out to each and every sentient being in the same way, and also increasing that purification. Now with the third mala recitation, we visualize on multicolored light rays which separate from that pure white light and pass down into the crown of each sentient being, granting them sublime realizations of the graduated path to enlightenment, that all sentient beings achieve the state of Buddhahood themselves and become Chenrezig. And visualize the That light, the Chenrezig upon the crown of each sentient being absorbs into pure white light and descends into the crown and absorbs into them, joining with their heart. And we visualize the central, the front visualization of Chenrezig transforms into the great Thangtong Gyalpo. We visualize all sentient beings in the state of Chenrezig, one with Chenrezig, great compassion. And with that, we visualize the blessed prayer by the great Siddha Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that set the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a Buddha leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, endowed with life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three rest by ones, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And since we have a little bit of time, we can also recite the prayers. First one, liberating Sakya, request to pacify the fear of famine. Have a great night, Siddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guardian Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, Pratika Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians. Dharma guardians of the 10 directions. Yakshas, well as gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues, think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this land, Lord of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements and timely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And the nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth, ripen and increase like the dew during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties for the force of love and compassion, may the illness, sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life from illness. With the compassion, the victorious ones, and the children, and the force of the infallible truth, and cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may the beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And the third prayer in the triptych of prayers, which is the pacifying the danger of weapons, also by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. O Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, Arya, sublime passionate looking one, wrathful victorious high griever, perfect pure tyrant, and so forth, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon the hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings at the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall, being like to rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness, auspiciousness to increase by recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon the evil karma, the cause and result of your miraculous born in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause of those who are born and die to have long lives, not have sicknesses, to stop all the quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest always for good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants by the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate rule, mind-sealed deity, prayers of blind ones. May my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And we rejoice in all the virtue that has ever arisen by sentient beings, as well as by ourselves and all those others participating in the prayerathon, and for all of those bodhisattvas and gurus and Buddhas whose activities are inconceivable. And we dedicate all those merits with prayer from the Shantidevas Bodhicaya Vatara. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water, delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, as weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains, but harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments and whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, as now be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. Then we dedicate any virtues in emptiness that we have created, that they may never be destroyed until enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and numberless sentient beings who exist in mere name, may the I, which exists in mere name, quickly achieve that enlightenment which exists in mere name. May all the sentient beings who exist in mere name to that enlightenment which exists in mere name, by myself alone, who exists in mere name. Within 2022, which exists in mere name. And we also dedicate for our precious gurus that they may live long lives, and may all their holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled immediately. In particular, for His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, incomparably kind, supreme, Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And also for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, in the same way, you who uphold the Suju's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three rest sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And sincere gratitude to everyone, in particular Chenrezig Institute and Venerable Damcho and all the others involved with coordination of the Thangtong Gyalpo's Prayerathon. There he is, the man himself, Venerable Damcho. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. How are you, Venerable Dampa? Lovely to see you again. It's been a while. How have things been at Kopan?
Things have been very well. Thank you. Very good. I'm doing well. I've been very busy with studies and teaching English, so it's all going well.
And of course, you're very fortunate that Rinpoche is giving so many teachings and, you know, doing so many practices on site as well.
Yeah, it's such a nice time to have. I feel very fortunate to be here this time while Rinpoche has been here.
Mm.
And it's really beneficial for all the monks, for such this first time in so many years Rinpoche has been here and been able to teach them all and give them such wonderful advice. Give them so many blessings and inspiration. We should rejoice. Although he hasn't been roaming the world, he's at least been here and inspiring everyone from Kopan through the online teachings, and also inspiring the monks directly here. So that's really.
I think you said something really, really important here, that, you know, though our gurus may not have been roaming the world, you know, so to speak, but, you know, I think more use was made of the technology in a positive way.
Yeah.
And by doing so, reaching more people as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, so it's one of those beautiful things, but lovely to hear that all is well for you. And of course, you're teaching the little ones and everyone. So no, it's lovely to see you, because I know I hadn't seen you in a while, and I think some of it might have been due to schedules. You know, what side of where we located within the prayerathon schedule, but of course also for due to other obligations that creep up in life and Dharma practice. So, but it's really, really lovely to see you again. And yeah, I do remember, I think the last time we saw each other in person was in Nalanda, wasn't it? To Kandrala's visit.
I think we saw, no, because I was there when you got ordained.
Oh, you were? Oh, that's lovely.
I
forgot about that. Yeah, so you all remember the big things in life.
And then even after that, we did Nyungne together.
That's true. That's true. Yes, I think that was the one. Yeah,
the
one after that, the summer one, the white one with Steph.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that was the last one. I think Steph did at Jamming, wasn't it? Before everything changed. So yes, that's wonderful. Anyway, see, you got a better memory than me. So, too many lifetimes on my mind, you know.
Well, all of those events in that year did get quite mixed up, but I remember that you were in robes when we did the
last Nyungne.
The Nyungne, and that you weren't in robes when we were in Nalanda.
No. A few months before.
Yeah, so that helped me to put those events in order.
Bless you. So it's good to have the youngsters with you at times. But Tempa, look after yourself. I hope you have a wonderful and meritorious new year, and look after yourself. Stay healthy. Much love. Thank you very much for your help.
I hope I see you again before long.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sharon. I see Sharon is watching over us, so on the technical side for the prayerathon in this session. Where is she? There she is. Hello, Sharon.
How are you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. And Happy New Year to everyone at Chenrezig Institute, the officers, all the wonderful Sangha, all the wonderful people who join us, and everyone around the world. Oh, now it's not, you know, sometimes it's not a happy start for me. Happy is always one of those words, you know, we assume. But let's be happy to still be here. You know, it could be worse in many ways. And it's one of those beautiful things. And it's an interesting time to do Nyungne. And I don't know, I was talking to Tempa about Nyungne. I have Nyungne on my mind. I got Nyungnes on my mind. No, but to have the prayerathon on New Year's Day, I mean, crikey, you know, and the transitions when the world was changing. I mean, for me, it's now most of the world is now 2022, but they're still passing 2021. So you know, it's one of those things. And yeah, thank you very much. You know, being able to usher in the new year with you, saying goodbye to the last year. You know, walking from you know, through the door of time. But again, it's a mere label, isn't it? 2021. Time still carries on, like the rivers flow. You know, it's a new river, an old river. You know, it's a new section of the river. But while I was preparing for this weekend, I remember the beautiful line from chorus line, which I think really suits what we're doing here. With the transition from old into new year, and the way we say goodbye to things. It says, kiss the day goodbye, the sweetness and the sorrow. Wish me luck, the same to you. But I can't regret what I did for love. And I think that's the important bit. I mean, we say goodbye, and we have sweet, fond memories. We have not so fond memories. We have bittersweet memories, and we often linger on that what keeps us down, rather than really, focusing on what we really did out of love and compassion, and the joy that has brought us, and keeping the good memory. That doesn't mean we should not learn from the lessons, that other opportunities gave us. But it's important that we remember that we're also, part of the here and now, and that we have also contributed good things. We have experienced good things, and particularly in times when the going is tough. It's difficult sometimes. When the rain is howling and the wind comes up, and we put the hood over our head and keep our head down to see the path in front of us. It's tricky, because we don't want the rain in our face, and we have maybe miserable thoughts at the same time. It's like, why is it always happening to me, when maybe just down a few steps further down there's a spot we can just take shelter and sit out the conditions, or make a plan to get there. So whatever situation you're in, remember the good. Keep your hope, and think about your good qualities. People who may have tried to keep you down, is what they see is probably mirroring just what's within their own hearts and minds about themselves, or feeling the need to keep you down. So always think about the positive qualities that you bring to the table, and nourish them, and make the most out of everything, every moment that we have. And I was reminded by something that was said by Master Ogway to Po and Kung Fu Panda. A lovely quote. Yesterday's history, tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift. That's why it's called a present. So, cherish the gift of being here in the here and now, being alive, being able to enjoy life, to contribute to the joy of others, to make a benefit and make a difference to others, and just enjoy for what it is. And such a sweet, simple little quote, but it shows you that what could easily be dismissed. It's like, oh, this is a kids movie, or this is that. But if we listen, there are good little points that are being made all around us all the time. And we mustn't lose sight of the good stuff. So may the new year for you ahead be filled with joy, filled with good health, and plenty of happiness and merit. And make the most of it. Our own happiness is that's what we can influence, how we perceive, how we react to things. What others are doing is their karma, what we do is our own. So much love to all of you. And on that note, we've got 20 minutes left. I forgot that we're only doing a short session. Let's have a quick recognition of why we're here, and our wonderful community, our precious teachers, and of course at Bodhicitta Motivation. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So, acknowledging the community again, it's very easy to forget that in the scheme of things, we're just one of many, and our contributions we may deem sort of really as, you know, not very noteworthy. But if you think about just being here with prayerathon, how you add to the merit that's being accumulated. Over the past 75 weekends, we have recited 1,800 hours of prayers. That equates to 3,600 individual slots that have been wonderfully filled by all the leads, and you know, I'm really, really grateful for that, and also the tech team and everyone else who made this possible. And what we have done in terms of numbers, we would have set 3,600 motivations and dedications, you know, throughout that time, and where we recited maybe the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, you know, 3 times, or the Refuges, they would have equated to 10,800 each. And as far as the Mani prayers are concerned, you know, the leads within those sessions, if we average between 5 and 10, so let's say 7.5, 108 beats per mala, that is over 2.1 million manis that we have recited collectively. So whatever we've contributed, you know, has added a lot to that. And but again, if you think about it, this is also a beautiful thing. It shows you sometimes the benefit of having a beautiful prayer wheel, because you know how long it's, you know, I mean, it's a wonderful figure to actually physically recite these many manis, you know, and but again, you know, easy we forget that due to microfilm technology, you know, a prayer wheel like this one, this is just a smallish one with only about 30. So now this one's a 50 million mantra, and then you might have seen the beautiful prayer wheel that our Venerable Sarah has, that has a bit over 2 trillion. Well, then of course you see the mega ones at the monasteries in Kopan and wherever you can go. I mean, it's just unimaginable the merit just one rotation gives. But again, you know, effort. You know, somebody said, if there's no effort, where's the merit? But of course, you know, having the extra contributions is the benefit of these beautiful wheels. Of course, just exaggerates, you know, all the effort that we're doing. And that doesn't even include all the Tara mantras that have been recited, the Black Manjushri, Vajrasattva, and all the wonderful, wonderful prayers our leads, you know, brought to the table from their own side because of their strong connections with how they felt about it. So let's rejoice, you know, in all the efforts of the past 75 weeks. Let's use that motivation to move forward, and it's okay to rejoice with these efforts, despite the fact that they were born out of necessity to combat COVID. And it is in these times that we can really transform our own motivations and our own purposes in many, many ways, you know, to work on our own characteristics and make a difference. Okay. So there you go, as you're waffling on again. Hopefully, you know, not putting you all off. I do apologize for everyone who's following us on YouTube that I haven't mentioned anyone by name. I have a feeling that maybe our regulars might be like Ginny. and Anne and various others. But my iPad now shows really his age, so I don't get all the information on the old system. So thank you very much for everyone who's been here, and has been such a wonderful support to all the leads since we started 75 weekends ago. Thank you. And of course, anyone who has prayer requests, see them included in what we do today. Okay, I'm running a bit on time here, so I better speed up. So if we visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig the space in front of us, and light radiating from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, reaching each and every individual sentient being wherever they are. And again, if you're following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And everyone who's not comfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all. Okay. So maybe take refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So as we recite the Mani mantra, let's remember that we recite this is the mantra of compassion. Represents body, speech, and mind, both in its defined form that we have experienced from beginning lifetimes, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, which we inspire to achieve. And in order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in home to be of maximum benefit to all sentient beings across the 6 realms. So if we recite a few rounds of Mani, and while we do so, keep on visualizing how you're being filled with the compassionate light of the Guru, and ultimately we're being cleansed away of all the negative karma and delusions, and we begin to glow and return light to the Guru and other mother sentient beings. And as we all come together and exchanging ourselves with the Guru, becoming one with the Guru, becoming one with one another, we dispel the darkness of samsaric existence and shine brightly, as a beacon of love, compassion, and hope for all those who are still lost. Okay. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, let's visualize ourselves now as pure, as purified, holding on to the pure state. Maybe just remind ourselves of the reasons why we want to be liberated, to escape the suffering, not just our own, but also we want other sentient beings to be freed from suffering across the 6 realms. For the suffering varies within the 6 realms, and the reasons for why we fall into the 6 realms, the 3 lower realms being the hardest to escape from. So maybe particularly wish for sentient beings to at least be reborn in the 3 upper realms, and even within the 3 upper realms, there are variations in the most conducive to liberation to be born in is the one of the human realms, for we have just the right balance of suffering to make a conscious decision to change and take action to liberate ourselves. So we have time for this one. So if we just recite the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig to remind us of the 6 realms. And it's also good to think about what we do today as the motivation for the year ahead. In the same way we set our motivation for the day ahead. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, Loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion and compassionate Buddha for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Throughout the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the 6-syllable mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of this praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to try and pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So we do one prayer now. We say one prayer. The Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, Liberating Sakya from Disease once. I do a few more this evening to make up for the little shortfall on my part today. But again, it's nice to start the new year with a little bit of building connections. So reciting this once, may all sentient beings who are sick be restored to good health. May all those who have entered the body or about to enter the body be reborn under perfect conditions and favorable conditions. May all those who experience hardships be given whatever resources are necessary to be restored to a state of happiness that is free from suffering, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their friends, family, and all other sentient beings at large. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the sound of his name, stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Maybe dedicate to the long life and well-being of all mother sentient beings. May they meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Maybe the cause for them to achieve all this. Maybe dedicate to the long life and well-being of all the wonderful brothers and sisters in the Dharma and the Sangha of the Sangha around the world, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and preserving the teachings of Buddha Shakyamuni. May they never be separated from the teachings and virtuous friends, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we enjoy their company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of the wonderful lay community, who through their great kindness, offering support by giving their time, expertise, and financial support to, in order to make it possible for Dharma centers to flourish and the teachings to be spread. May they always enjoy the company of the Sangha and virtuous friends, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Maybe enjoy the company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, great beacon of hope and love and compassion in these turbulent times. How fortunate we are to be alive and in human form, so that we can listen to and access his teachings. May we be guided by them in this and all future lifetimes. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see his holiness be united with his people in Tibet in this lifetime. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has tasked us with these prayers of Thangtong Gyalpo to be of benefit to mother sentient beings. By doing so, has brought us as a community of International Sangha much closer together and allowed us to engage in deeper practices to benefit mother sentient beings, and in sharing these prayers with you who join us on YouTube, on Zoom, live, or as recordings later. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to the merit of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life past for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe shingambi penang dewa malu jongwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsui shape si te bado thank you chi. Tip to chang jing yam gang gel we te hands in campel we kun so do po ze chok som ke we lek mun to dru pa dak sok tu je gun nu sharp ten chu. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. If you supported all the previous sessions or the Avena Pretender who's following on from now, thank you very much to each and every one of you, to all the wonderful Sangha. May you all have a wonderful, wonderful new year ahead, and may be filled with happiness and joy. And thank you very much for everything, for your wonderful kind words. Avena Pretender, over to you. How are you, brother?
Yeah, I'm very fine. Happy New Year,
Happy
everyone
New
who
Year
listens
to you.
To you, Damche, to all your dear ones, everyone who listens, Sharon and all other, those who are with us. So hope it will be a healthy, good year for everyone. And maybe see all the obstacles or difficulties, challenges as a way to become stronger, more loving, more wise, and just as purification sometimes. So maybe always have this kind of positive mind, an optimistic mind that we all can reach enlightenment. So yeah, hope thank you so much, Damche, for your very nice session.
Thank you. Thank
yes,
you.
you started the year also very well. So very nice to see.
Yes. It's lovely to see you. Where are you now? Are you still in Paris or are you back at base?
No, I'm just back in Nalanda. I'm in the Lama Zopa room. I don't know if you know, the first floor.
All right.
The other section where you were, but from the section where you were, then you go down the stair a little bit, and then you go up the other stairs to the Dalai Lama room and Lama Zopa room. Yeah.
Oh, see when you're away for a few weeks.
Yeah,
you forget.
I came back 2 days ago. Yeah, I'm still in quarantine.
Yes. Well, you picked a nice room for it.
Yeah, and it's very inspiring. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah,
bless you.
Yeah, I hope everyone will have a very good and nice year, and yeah, may the pandemic cease. And and if we have to keep up with it, that we have the patience and then make the best of it, of the situation. If we do a little bit our best, whatever situation we are, we can see some light and benefit from the situation. So we have to try to learn and anyway, everything is impermanent. So also the pandemic. So we hope again that with all these prayer marathons we contribute, that suffering consequences of people are less, that the pandemic might soon cease. So, okay, so shall I start, Damche?
Well, when you're ready. I didn't want to. You were so in such a nice flow. I didn't want to interrupt. It's like, you started, which is great. You know,
I need green light from you. I need a green light.
No. It's your session. Then, thank you very much for everything you do. You know, for all the hard work for the IMI and and overseeing everything here.
How's your situation, by the way? I'm very curious if you have found an apartment in Leeds.
Well, yeah, it's going through all the tedious referencing that they have to do, and of course with the bank holidays, it's taking a bit. But yeah, it looks like everything is going okay. And again, it's just I think sometimes it's nice to have a few hiccups along the way, because that way you enjoy it more when you get there. It's like climbing a mountain. If you want to enjoy the view from the top of a mountain, you have to go through the effort of getting to the top.
Yes.
And and then it's.
But it looks like you will get it, and it looks like in about 4 or 5 weeks we can see you in your new apartment. The session.
Oh yeah, I mean it's going to be interesting. Yes, it's we're still aiming for 2 weeks. Anybody was wondering what's going on? Yeah, it's because I'm joining our team in Leeds, And yeah, but it's definitely, you know, it's interesting. I remember when I rented, you know, tried to, you know, many decades ago, you know, everything was just straightforward. You were like, hello, you know, you got a room, you got this, you know. You said, yeah, fine. You signed the contract, that was it. But I mean, it's interesting how times have changed, and not everything is made easier. You know, many things we think are becoming easier, but actually, you know, sometimes it also becomes more complicated if we have more options to do certain things.
Yeah.
So you know, it's sometimes great, you know, to look back and go like, oh yeah, with nostalgia. I think it's only
anyway,
nostalgia.
Wish you good success with
I keep you posted.
Finalizing and
yes,
and then moving to Leeds and
yes,
starting your job.
yes,
yeah.
it's
Today your job formally starts. So yeah.
Yes. I'm currently deciding whether I go up Monday night or I leave early Tuesday morning, just in time to get there for breakfast.
Oh, good. Okay, yes.
Then
Okay.
look after yourself. My love to all the brothers.
You too. Thank you so
bye-bye.
much. Thank you. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. So we are fortunate that we made it into this new year. And we have a lot of chances ahead to create our own future, which lasts even longer than 2022. So yeah, in general, as Buddhists, it's good to follow teachers that we have, and we are indeed lucky. We have His Holiness the Dalai Lama on this planet, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and a lot of access to teachers by internet. So it's we are so in fortunate situation, so we can make a revolution with our own mind and change. We have our future in a certain way in our own hands, and having the Dharma and the instructions how to become kind of more permanent happy instead of all these temporary happinesses, distractions we easily engage in. We have even better options. So yeah, it's most wonderful that we create and make connections with holy beings and become a holy being ourselves, use our own potential. So this hour is also meant to that we make steps towards enlightenment. We follow the instructions of Lama Zopa Rinpoche that the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer is very, very powerful in this time of pandemic. We don't live for ourselves, we live for all sentient beings. Of course, this needs a kind of big mind. It's easy to love some people who benefit us, relatives, friends, people who do good for us, who are kind to us, smile to us. But we also want to do this prayer for those who have difficulties smiling to us, those who create obstacles, those who have other political views, those who create obstacles for others, harm our dear ones, our loved ones. So there's a lot of people in this world who have very dark minds, have done very lot of negativities or have created problems by putting bombs, caused death of many people or unhappy minds of many people. So they contribute to that, and due to that, their mind might be very negative, very depressed, very dark and not so happy. So, and there's many people at this moment who suffer very much from other reasons, negative karma ripening, serious sicknesses, accidents. So all the people in the hospitals. So we do this practice for all sentient beings, not only for those we like. And for all those people we don't know, COVID is still so big problem all around the world. There's so many hospitals. Even one hospital has so many people who might be lonely, who suffer from their sicknesses. Then there's many people who don't make it to hospitals. So especially those for all who are hit for COVID, economically, emotionally, socially, those who have lost their lives, those who struggle in hospitals. We do this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo. You can find the link below the screen on YouTube. Both from the practice and from the dedications we do at the end. It's a very simple practice, actually. It's a Chenrezig practice. We visualize Chenrezig. If we have an initiation, we can visualize ourselves as a Chenrezig. In the first place, we invite all sentient beings around us. So we think of all sentient beings in all 10 directions, so also in other universes, and also all animals, so it's not only humans. We do this very strong prayer for all sentient beings, those who are in hell realms, in heaven realms, spirit realms, those that have not found the body yet, what we call the bardo. In general, we visualize them all in human form around us. On the right side, in general, the males, on the left side, females. Behind us, those at this moment we feel a lot of support from friends, family, those people who benefit us, support us in our lives and in our goals. In front of us, those we find difficulty with, former dictators, bad people. We think, or we label them quickly as bad people, they say it like that. So those people we think of when we experience conflicts, we still feel that they should be punished or something. So we are in the midst of all these sentient beings, and we imagine that they all make prayers because they all want to be happy, and they have not always the right means. So we visualize that Guru Chenrezig is in front of all of us. He's on we offer him a throne. It's on a lotus and sun and moon cushion, which symbolizes the three principles of the Buddhist path, the three principles. In Buddhism, it's renunciation, bodhicitta, and the wisdom realizing emptiness. So we offer this Buddha, this throne to our Guru, Guru Chenrezig, who is one with our spiritual teacher. If you have no spiritual teacher, you can visualize His Holiness the Dalai Lama as one with the Chenrezig. For many Tibetans, anyway, His Holiness is seen as the living Buddha, as the human form of Chenrezig. You can also visualize Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Kandrola, one of our other teachers. So visualize the Guru always with a smile, a very gentle smile of accepting all phenomena, keeping very perfect, focused, wise smile, expression, full of love for all sentient beings, whatever they have done, wherever they came from, whatever they have created. So in the heart of Guru Chenrezig, you can visualize Chenrezig as 4-armed or 1,000-armed. The heart of Chenrezig is also a moon disk, sun disk, and on it are the letters Om Mani Padme Hum. You could visualize it in Tibetan form or in Western letters, Om Mani Padme Hum. From the letters, light blessings penetrate all 10 directions, touching all sentient beings. Buddhas are always there for us. It's more from our side that we have to open our hearts, the blessings. This mantra turns and turns on the sun disk. Sends continuously light, blessings, while it touches all sentient beings. Immediately there is a change. It's a kind of purification of the negative karma, negative mind. Purifies especially also the causes of suffering, causes of sickness, causes of negative karma ripening. Also, all the negative karma which we potentially still have in our mind does not have automatically to ripen. It can be purified. Our mind is not inherently bad or bound to what appears at this moment to the mind. Having the Buddha as friend, as guide, we can reach unimaginable destinies. Our whole path of this life, maybe also next lives, are blessed if we have Buddhas, the perfect beings. Those embody all positive qualities which you can ever imagine. To have such a spiritual friend, it's a really incredible. Buddha's love and compassion are far beyond our imagination. Their qualities, if we don't have themselves, like we even have not clairvoyance, we have no experience of going with our mind through walls. So then it's very difficult to imagine our own potential. It's very difficult to believe that we can all do these things, and that we have this potential, which is the whole time under a kind of in a foggy state, our mind. But with having Buddha as friends, we can reach these states of mind. Full loving kindness, see reality really as it is, instead of projecting the whole time labels on our experience, on our everything which happens. So this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, circles in the heart of the Buddha, sending out light to all sentient beings. So we start now the practice of taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Vajrasattva Masini Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed known as liberating Shakya from the seeds. We said first on motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the antique clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the antique clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We could think about, reflect on this, setting a motivation that we want to reach these states, these higher states of becoming a Buddha ourselves, in order to even be more beneficial to others with all these qualities. We go to a refuge to our Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. So we need an inspiring teacher, which is easy these days with His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche within reach to the internet technology. Then we take refuge in the Buddha, the historic Buddha, all the Buddhas, the Dharma. So it's very useful to know what the Dharma actually is and to study. It's also these days excellent programs. Disadvantage is we make many times less effort to do Dharma, to go to the teachings, do all the preparations, set our mind in the right spot without distraction of telephones, other people around us. So we need to study and reflect on the teachings of the Buddha, study the Lamrim or the other most beautiful text, and then the Sangha. So we have all these Dharma centers, which are so precious and so meaningful to people. And we have also online communities. We need good-hearted people because our minds are still very vulnerable. So it's very difficult to make progress if we are not wise, if we cannot apply the right teachings. So we have then a very negative environment, very difficult to not get upset, jealous, and so forth, not get deluded. And then we take over their energy, and we create in the meantime then so much negativity ourselves along the way. So it's so important that we have support from Sangha. Also for the next generations, that the Dharma is alive. Sangha play an important role to preserve the Dharma. Of course, the strict version of Sangha are those who are also already out of samsara, so they are a safe refuge. We can trust them. They have no disturbing emotions anymore. They will not deceive us. They have no own interest. If they are active, they are completely active because they want to see us happy. They want to see us doing well and follow the right paths, the right means. This is the safe refuge. The next step is to doing many mantras or Mani Padme Hum. So we visualize it goes from the heart of the Buddha to all sentient beings. And so I have here also prayer wheel, which contains also thousands, I don't know, millions, but anyway, lots of mantras So every time it turns, it sends these vibes, this blessing into the world. And we hope all sentient beings can be a benefit from it. From our side, we do our best to benefit others as much as possible. So we do the mantra, we do a few together. You can do then a few on your own, in your own space, in your own way. Also in the background will be Lama Zopa Rinpoche reciting Om Mani Padme Hum. So we have a lot of blessings, a lot of ways to do Om Mani Padme Hum and create merit. Do a few together. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll continue with the actual prayer. New listener, you can find a link to the prayers below the screen. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We do 2 times more. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. You can also do it 1 time. Chanting. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So before we start to do the dedications, I would like also to recite the King of Prayers. If you Google King of Prayers, FPMT, you will find the text as well. It's a very, 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 very powerful practice, and we do it, of course, especially for all those people who have recently passed away, who are in the bardo looking for a new body. It's also a very powerful practice that all our projects, all our good projects, which are in accordance with the Dharma, will have success. So it's the King of Prayers, the extraordinary aspiration of the practice of Samantabhadra. I bow down to the youthful Arya Manjushri, you lions among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, and future, in the worlds of 10 directions. To all of you, with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down. With the energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect, and with as many bodies as atoms of the world, to all you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom are Buddhas, numberless as atoms, each amidst a host of Bodhisattvas, and I'm confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way, with infinite oceans of prayers for you, and oceans of sound from the aspects of my voice. I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas and celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers, regal garlands, sweet music, scented oils, parasols, sparkling lights, and sublime incense I offer to you, victorious ones. Fine dress and fragrant perfumes, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings in spectacular array I offer to you, victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, peerless the path, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I have done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I openly lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of solitary realizers, heroes still training, of those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained the Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize Parinirvana. Please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created, by paying homage, offering, and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhas stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all you gone to freedom in the past accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and fast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath the Bodhi tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish to be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives in all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then, following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas, perfecting the practice of a Bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as a lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms. and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with the body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by Bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a Bodhisattva and practice ardently in all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may I become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilizations, gathering limitless, pristine wisdom and positive potential. One atom, I shall see Buddha fields, numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening, perceiving this in all directions, and dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair. So I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddha's expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the fried tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, future lines among humans, and with the power of delusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. May achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicle through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination. And through the powers of wisdom, skill, means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces. I shall perfect the power of the bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds, may I free an ocean of beings, may I clearly see an ocean of Dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom, may I purify an ocean of activities, may I fulfill an ocean of aspirations, may I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, may I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere. In order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas, I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate, just as a skillful Samantabhadra, with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions, and pure Buddha fields, I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this bodhisattva practice of all embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity, may actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds and 10 directions, so one may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening gives rise to faith just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the Bodhisattva way will be free of all over rebirth, free of harmful companions who will quickly see Amitabha, infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and have all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance, blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance. They will be invincible to fast interfering forces and misleading teachers, and all the three worlds will make offerings, going quickly to the noble body tree, sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces. They will fully awaken and turn the great wheel of Dharma. Have no doubt that complete awakening is the fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, of holding in mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the Bodhisattva practice. In order to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality as it is, and just like Samattabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praise is greatest, where all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the three times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainment of the Bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may I go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception, for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus, in this joyful land of the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received a prediction there, may I create fast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions, with a billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even the small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer of the Bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant, through creating limitless positive potential. By dedicating this prayer of Samattabhadra's deeds, may all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. Through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite the wanderers in samsara, through the accomplishment of this scripture, dazzling with Samattabhadra's practice, the suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. We go to the dedications. So the link you find below screen. So prayer start on page 5. First of all, one of the goals in our life can be to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Zopa Rinpoche often elaborates on this prayer as follows. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose name have been given to me, may be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. For long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Savior of the land of snows, teachings, and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Then to seal all this with emptiness due to the virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. To dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. go to page 10. May the precious view of emptiness not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and Nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And to realize the two stages of Tantra, may the precious realization of the two stages not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Incomparably kind, the supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snows, teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path, that unifies emptiness and compassion to lotus hold the Tenzin Gyatso I beseech. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche long, may Lama Zopa Rinpoche very long life. So may Lama Tsongkhapa be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Lord Samdrakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Glorious Guru, whatever your holy body, retinue, lifespan, and realm, whatever your supreme and beneficial holy name, may I and others become exactly like that. By the force of the praises and request made to you, may all diseases, evil spirits, poverty, and quarrels be calmed, and may the Dharma and good fortune increase in the region in which I and others dwell. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, famines, diseases, global problems, and all dangers of earth, fire, water, and wind be stopped immediately. May the perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts by their generating loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. May the Buddha Dharma, from where sentient beings receive peace and happiness, last a long time and spread in all directions. And may all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. So then for all the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Just as always crying one followed Gopak, without being distracted by my body, life, and enjoyment, may I please my holy Guru well, and never displease them for even 1 second. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. So, thank you very much for being with us in this prayer. So we have made strong dedications for our own spiritual path, for the long life of all our teachers. And we dedicate especially to this practice for everyone who is hit by the pandemic. So may the pandemic cease, not cause, may all these viruses not cause any sickness in any sentient being. And if it does, may they not experience it as suffering, just as a slight purification. So may all sentient beings find perfect, eternal happiness. So thank you so much for being with us. It was really a pleasure, an honor to do this practice. So let's see who's after me.
Hello, attender.
Hello.
How are you?
John. Hey, John. How are you?
New Year.
Happy New Year. Yes, yes. Yeah, you're back from Canada, back in Kopan.
Yes, I've been back for a little bit more than a month now, about 5-6 weeks.
Yes, that was the latest news I had from you. So Yeah, so you're doing well?
I'm fine. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. How's Kopan? How's Kopan? The COVID in the Kopan?
No, not at the moment.
Oh, that's good. Wow. So
Yeah.
it has ceased. Wow. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not much talk of it in Nepal at all at the moment. We'll
Oh,
see.
no full hospitals. Wow, that's very good news. Oh, wow. Wow. Wow.
It might be that almost everybody's been sick by now. So the
Yeah.
new variant is maybe not, affecting too many people because they've already been sick with Delta.
Oh,
So
wow. Wow.
something like that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very good news. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah. And France, are you back in lockdown or no?
No, not so much. Netherlands is more strict today. They closed all not essential shops and cinema, etc. In France, it's still open, and it's the the highest numbers of Europe at this moment. Yeah,
Oh.
I heard that about 1 million, at one point, almost 1 million people were infected. So, yeah.
Wow.
But they don't still make it so very strict. Yeah, the trains and buses are just running as always, and they don't close so many things, but they oblige more and more people to really take vaccination. So you can only enter restaurants and if you have proved that you have vaccinated. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah. Hey, go ahead. Thank you so much. Very nice to see you. And
nice to see
I
you.
always
Happy New
rejoice
Year.
in all you do and the nice prayers you translate and all the things you make. So thank you.
I rejoice in all the things you do. Wow, serving Nalanda so many years. Unbelievable.
In
Amazing.
between the long sleeps. Thank you so much. Ciao, ciao.
Bye. Okay, so let's begin the next session. My name is Joan, and I'm based in Kopan, as we were saying. So let's begin by setting up a good motivation for this practice. So, of course, the best motivation is bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. But we can start smaller. We can start by developing compassion, the wish that sentient beings be free from suffering. And we can start even smaller than that. We can start with ourselves by generating compassion for ourselves, thinking of all the different challenges that we ourselves have experienced because of COVID-19. And probably at this moment are still experiencing some challenges. Whether it's from new restrictions on our lifestyle or just new worries of getting sick. Since this time, even many people who have been vaccinated are getting sick. It seems like almost everyone could possibly get sick with this virus, this variant of the Omicron. So we just spend a moment thinking of the challenges that we ourselves are facing because of COVID-19. And we do this not to develop self-pity and not to think, oh, poor me, but to develop compassion for ourselves, wishing ourselves to be free from suffering. And also using it to develop a mind of courage, thinking I can deal with this. I can face this challenge and deal with it and keep my mind well and balanced, and also use this as an opportunity to develop compassion for others. Then we go on to develop compassion for others, thinking about the various challenges that other people are facing. We can begin with our own family and friends. Think again about how COVID is affecting the children, the teenagers, the adults, the older people. Some people you know may be sick, or you may have even lost a family member or a friend. But even without the sickness itself, there's all these other challenges that we know very well by now that are to do with this pandemic. So you can think of specific people that you know and think of the specific sufferings they have and use that to open your heart to them, wishing them to be free from suffering. And we start with the people we're close to. And then we try and include even the ones that we don't feel so close to, and even the ones that cause us unhappiness, thinking that they too are experiencing suffering from this pandemic. They too, just like us, just like our family, don't want to have these sufferings in their life. And so in this way, we try and find room in our heart for all sentient beings, even the ones who we normally dislike or who dislike us. And then we open our hearts to more people. We can think of the scenes we've seen on the news, people in hospital, people in ICUs, and think that around the world right now, in this very moment, many people are in that situation. Many more are at home, wondering if they're going to get worse enough that they'll have to go to hospital. Many are just feeling rather miserable, having fever. Instead of enjoying their New Year's Day, they're in bed or separated from their family and friends because they're sick. And we open our hearts thinking that all these people are just like ourselves. They don't want to be sick for even a moment. They too would much prefer to be healthy and happy, free of illness. And then, of course, there's all the ones that are experiencing the other challenges to do with COVID-19, the change in their lifestyle, the different restrictions on their movements and on their interactions with others. So just like us, just like our family, they would also like everything to return to pre-pandemic times when we can move freely, visit each other, go out with each other, enjoy life together, a meal together, going to a restaurant, going out. And then as much as possible, we take this a step further and take responsibility to free others from suffering by achieving our own perfect state of enlightenment. And in this way, we generate the motivation of bodhicitta. So this is the very best motivation we could begin our new year with. Thinking today, I'm going to strive to develop the mind of enlightenment, this attitude of bodhicitta, wishing to relieve all beings of all their suffering, not just temporarily, but forever. And then we try and carry this motivation throughout this year and throughout this life, and even into our future lives. So we begin by reciting the motivation. So you can recite it together with me. We'll do it 3 times. And here we're taking refuge in the Guru, the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, and the various manifestations of the enlightened mind. And we're even taking refuge in the potential of our own mind to become fully enlightened. So of course, this is the best refuge, is for us ourselves to become a fully enlightened being, a Buddha. That will put an end to all our sufferings and also enable us to guide others out of their sufferings. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then before we recite the mantra, we can begin by visualizing Chenrezig. If you've received the appropriate empowerment, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig, or else visualize Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, in front of you or above the crown of your head. You can visualize either the 4-arm aspect or the 1,000-arm aspect. And then you can visualize all these beings that you thought of previously sitting in front of you, facing you. So your family, your friends, and surrounding them all the other people who are experiencing sufferings, particularly the suffering due to COVID-19, but also other forms of suffering. And you can include also all the other beings in all the different realms, but visualize them too in human form. And then from Chenrezig's heart and every pore of his body, rays of light radiate out, and on the end of each ray of light is a small Chenrezig, comes to the crown of their head. And as we recite the mantra, we can visualize that rays of light and nectar flow down from Chenrezig's body and enter into the crown of the head and enter into the body of the person below them, washing away all their suffering. Again, in particular, the suffering caused by COVID-19, but all other forms of suffering also, mental and physical. And also washing away all the causes of their suffering, the negative karma and the delusions that bring about this suffering in the first place. So imagine that they become completely purified by this white light and nectar of compassion flowing from Chenrezig. So we try and keep that visualization and keep the mind of compassion very strong as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. So we do that for a few minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. So we can think that these people have been purified of all their suffering and all the causes of their suffering. They're completely happy and healthy. And then we can think that the Chenrezig above the crown of each of their heads melts into light and absorbs into them. And each one of them transforms into Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Each one of them becomes a fully enlightened being, free from suffering forever, free from the suffering of causes of suffering forever. And each one of them has brought all the qualities to a state of perfection. Now they have infinite love and compassion and kindness and patience and wisdom. I think how wonderful that would be. And then we come back to the reality of this present moment and realize that countless numbers of sentient beings are still suffering. Pandemic is still going on. And so together now we recite the actual prayer composed by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. And by the power of his bodhicitta, these words had such power that they were able to put an end to an epidemic in Tibet many years ago. So these words still hold power because of the power of his bodhicitta. So again, coming from a place of compassion and bodhicitta, we recite this prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, excuse me, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We recite this prayer again. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Let me do one more recitation. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then we can conclude the session with some dedication, some verses of dedication. So we begin by dedicating for ourselves and all beings to generate these two very special minds, one of bodhicitta and the one of wisdom realizing emptiness. These two minds which are essential for achieving the state of a Buddha, a fully enlightened being. So we dedicate not only the merits that we've accumulated by doing this short session, but we combine those merits with all the merits we've ever created, meaning not only in this life, but in all our past lives. Together we add all the merits that we are currently accumulating and all the merits that will go on to accumulate as we traverse the path to enlightenment, and then even as fully enlightened beings. And then we combine our own past, present, future merits with all the past, present, future merits of every single enlightened being, every single Buddha, as well as every single sentient being, all their past, present, future merits. And this includes all the merits of all the bodhisattvas who, just by breathing in and breathing out, are creating merit. So we dedicate this vast store of merit that ourselves, all the people in our family, all those who are currently suffering from COVID-19, all those who have passed away from COVID-19, all those who are experiencing other forms of suffering, famine, all these various disasters that are happening around the world, the latest being the fires in Colorado, that all these beings who died, including all the animals and insects that died, may generate these two minds of bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness. And that all sentient beings in the 6 realms may generate these two special minds. May the precious supreme bodhicitta and not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of nitrogenous thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And then we dedicate using this verse from the Bodhisattva Charivatara for all those who are sick. And here, of course, we could include every single sickness that exists. And particularly, we focus on wishing that there be an end to COVID-19, that this year, 2022, may see an end, a quick end to COVID-19. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. And then we dedicate for all those who died of COVID-19, particularly those who died in the last 49 days, but also all those who died from the very beginning of this pandemic. And we can include also others who died from other causes, especially those who died in the last 49 days. And we dedicate, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche advises us to dedicate, that they may never ever be reborn in the lower realms, that they may instead be born in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least that they may receive a perfect human rebirth, meet the Mahayana teachings, meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana guru, revealing the unmistaken path to enlightenment, and that by following this path and pleasing the holy mind of the guru, may they quickly achieve enlightenment. And we can dedicate to be wish fulfilling for others. May I become like a wish granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigrated beings. And then we seal the merits with emptiness, that our merits don't get destroyed by our giving rise to anger or wrong views. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long lives of our precious holy gurus. And here we'll do the 2 verses, one for Lama Zopa, for His Holiness Dalai Lama, and one for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. But we can include all our gurus. May all of them have long lives. May they all be free from obstacles to continuing to turn the wheel of Dharma for countless numbers of years to come. And may all their activities for the benefit of sentient beings flourish without the slightest obstacle. May they be brought to completion. May they be realized exactly in accordance with the Holy Guru's wishes. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind, Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to anyone who joined me. Thank you very much to the Chenrezig media team, and in particular Sharon, who's on today. And Happy New Year to all of you. Happy, healthy New Year. May all of your Dharma wishes be fulfilled. And hello to Venerable Rafa.
Oh, ciao, John. Buon
Ciao,
anno.
Rafa.
How are you?
Buon anno anche a te. Io sto bene.
Sì, sei raffreddata, ma stai bene.
Ho un po' di allergie.
Ah, sì?
Sì, stranamente fa freddo qua, ma si vede che qualcosa è nell'aria.
Sì, è successo anche qua nei giorni scorsi, sì, la stessa cosa. Sì. Che adesso è passato, insomma, era molto freddo, adesso è diventato 15 gradi fuori di giorno, per cui...
Wow.
Sì, per cui è una cosa strana, va bene. Ok, dai, allora ti saluto, ci vediamo.
Sì, buona sessione.
Grazie, ciao, a presto, ciao. Buongiorno a tutti, buon anno e cominciamo subito questo nuovo anno c'è chi ha già cominciato a meditare, dipende anche da dove sta, perché il buon anno, l'anno nuovo è iniziato a seconda appunto dell'orario che avevano, per cui non si capisce quando è iniziato questo buon anno, questo nuovo anno. Noi è iniziato a mezzanotte, ma altri a mezzanotte. Vabbè, comunque a parte questo. Ok, cominciamo, quindi posizione meditativa e quindi facciamo in maniera che la nostra mente e il nostro corpo siano esattamente nello stesso punto. Ora con un corpo un po' più rilassato e una mente presente, cerchiamo di far sorgere la corretta motivazione. Quindi qualche minuto per la corretta motivazione. con una motivazione completa, alta, che è interessata al beneficio degli altri, non solo beneficio, ma anche la responsabilità di fare il possibile per far ottenere la felicità e la separazione dalla sofferenza a tutti gli esseri che sono stati così gentili con noi, che sono così gentili con noi, che saranno in tutte le prossime vite gentili con noi. Con questa motivazione prendiamo rifugio nei tre gioielli e immaginiamo di fronte a noi Buddha Chenrezig, il Buddha della compassione, fatto di luce come raffigurato nell'immagine di fronte, presente nella sua onniscienza, pieno di amore e compassione nei nostri confronti, come se fossimo il suo e unico figlio. E dal momento che ha i mezzi per poter liberare gli esseri, per poterci guidare fuori dall'esistenza ciclica, ci affidiamo al metodo che il Buddha stesso ci ha rivelato e cerchiamo di farlo diventare nostro. E quindi prendiamo rifugio. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, prendo rifugio nel Dharma, prendo rifugio nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità delle altre perfezioni, posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, prendo rifugio nel Dharma, prendo rifugio nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità, della moralità, della pazienza, dello sforzo entusiastico, della concentrazione e della saggezza, posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. E quindi iniziamo la recitazione, quindi iniziamo l'anno recitando il mantra di Chenrezig. Immaginiamo, come sempre, che raggi di luce si emanano mentre lo recitiamo dal cuore di Buddha Chenrezig di fronte a noi e pervadono tutto lo spazio, quindi tutti gli esseri attorno che immaginiamo visualizzati attorno a noi e la nostra stessa figura, il nostro stesso corpo, la nostra stessa mente. E quindi riceviamo benedizioni mentre recitiamo questo mantra. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Dopo aver così recitato, allora facciamo la preghiera effettiva e questa volta la facciamo per 3 volte. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti kaha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie, potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, può essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano stati in lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la comprensione dei curi dei trilari supremi, con il potere dei dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti grana, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie, potenzialmente letali che, come il macellaio che possono essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti essere incarnati e essere illesi da malattie acute e croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti essere incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei puri itinerari supremi, con il potere delle dachine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e i suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti grana, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie, potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che possono essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono essere incarnati, essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, e quel semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti essere incarnati, non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei trilari supremi, con il potere dei dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Avendo fatto questa preghiera, adesso assorbiamo dentro di noi la figura di Buddha Chenrezig e immaginiamo che la divinità si posa sulla metà del nostro capo, assumendo la stessa direzione e rimpicciolendosi fino alla grandezza di un pollice. Dopodiché entra nel nostro corpo attraverso il canale centrale e raggiunge il chakra del cuore, e la mente di Buddha Chenrezig e la nostra mente primordiale si mescolano e diventano di un unico sapore. E quindi ora facciamo le dediche della pratica che abbiamo fatto fino adesso, e quindi cominciamo con la realizzazione di bodhicitta. Quindi dedichiamo proprio perché la nostra motivazione è quella di poter raggiungere lo stato di Buddha, per poter essere di beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti in modo effettivo. Ovviamente dobbiamo realizzare bodhicitta. Senza questa non è possibile raggiungere lo stato di Buddha. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Per realizzare la vacuità, samsara e nirvana sono privi perfino di un attimo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa e effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del piacere nagaggine, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Per i malati dovuto a questa pandemia, ma anche per ogni tipo di malattia, quindi per ogni tipo di malattia che gli esseri sono affetti e stanno soffrendo. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasformatori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. E per incontrare un perfetto guru in tutte le vite, in modo tale da poter raggiungere lo stato di Buddha, possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti. Posso io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Posso ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajrasattva. E anche affinché la Tsongkhapa sia il nostro guru Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite future, per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dei vittoriosi. Questo nei confronti degli esseri, per essere sempre al loro servizio, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno d'ardere nelle foreste, possono essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Per considerare gli esseri senzienti molto preziosi, posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stesso, posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Rimanere nel samsara per gli esseri senzienti, quindi non ottenere immediatamente la liberazione, ma essere nel samsara per aiutarli direttamente. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Quindi sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, posso io, che sono completamente vuoto, esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere uno stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto ed esiste dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti ed esistono dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto ed esiste dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto ed esiste dalla mia parte. come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere le cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa servirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie 12 virtù, quelle dediche considerate come la suprema, da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi, per avere una condotta pura. Quindi dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio o felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile. Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possono i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente? E per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni le etiche del soggiogatore, che fungi del generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preserva e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere con loro i 3 supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. E quindi aggiungiamo anche le dediche per tutti i maestri con cui siamo entrati, siamo in contatto e riceviamo dei loro insegnamenti in modo tale che abbiano una vita lunga e che tutti i loro desideri e tutti i loro progetti abbiano un risvolto positivo come loro desiderano. E ovviamente dedichiamo, come appunto suggerisce Lama Zopa, affinché tutti quelli che sono appena morti per il Covid, che sono morti precedentemente, non abbiano da rinascere nei reami inferiori, ma possano ricevere al più presto una preziosa rinascita umana. E così per tutti gli esseri che affrontano la morte in questo momento, che hanno affrontato la morte, escono al più presto dai reami inferiori e possono ricevere una preziosa rinascita umana. Ecco qua, abbiamo raggiunto la fine del nostro spazio, del mio spazio da condividere con voi, quindi vi auguro a tutti un buon anno, un vero buon anno, pieno di realizzazioni e di opportunità, ciao Irene, di opportunità per progredire lungo il sentiero che porta verso l'illuminazione. E con questo vi lascio a Tashi, quindi vi lascio in mani supreme proprio, molto...
Buongiorno Raffaello, buongiorno
Ciao.
venerabile Raffaello, buon anno.
Buon anno a te.
Buon
Quindi
anno.
vi saluto, ci vediamo sabato prossimo e poi per 3 mesi non ci vediamo perché appunto entro in letargo e quindi non ci vediamo per 3 mesi. Ciao a tutti e grazie. Ancora buon anno. Ciao.
Taci delle. Taci delle. Bene, buongiorno a tutti. Benvenuti in questa nostra preghiera, in questa staffetta di preghiere. Ricordiamoci che se c'è qualcosa è perché c'è stato un istante precedente e attraverso questo ora ci sarà un istante successivo e vedete come tutto ha un suo continuo, quindi apprestiamoci in questo nuovo giorno, in questo nuovo anno e che tutto sia propizio di auspicio e di beneficio agli esseri senzienti, proprio perché abbiamo veramente tante difficoltà nel samsara. Noi abbiamo questa preziosa rinascita umana, non tutti gli esseri umani hanno questa preziosa rinascita umana, perciò facciamo sì che essa sia veramente significativa, altrimenti sarà stato inutile averla. Questo è il pensiero e la riflessione che dobbiamo fare. Questo è molto importante. Allora, accingiamoci adesso a fare le nostre preghiere. Cominciamo sempre con la buona motivazione, perché la motivazione è alla base della nostra pratica. Quindi andiamo a prendere quelle che sono le nostre pratiche iniziali. E quindi generiamo insieme la buona motivazione. Spero che abbiate tutti una buona visione di questo video, che abbiate la possibilità di leggere quello che io adesso farò. Nel caso ci sono problemi, entrate nell'audio e ditemelo e così magari condividiamo. Bene, allora prepariamoci a questa nostra generazione. Si chiama proprio la buona motivazione. E la buona motivazione è il desiderio di raggiungere l'illuminazione allo scopo di beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Questa si chiama bodhicitta. Allora andiamo a leggere per 3 volte la motivazione e poi la preghiera effettiva. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanto quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru e delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti i limiti dello spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru e delle divinità meditative delle dakine. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Dharma. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative delle dakine. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota dalle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Adesso recitiamo una mala della nostra preghiera per il Buddha della compassione, Buddha Avalokitesvara. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Adesso andiamo a recitare per 3 volte la preghiera effettiva. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti Ga, dalle malattie dei Bhutta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie affettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente a ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle chine dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte preghiere e dediche essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Andiamo a rileggere per l'ultima volta. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, che non verificarsi mai più dei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute e croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causata da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possano essere totalmente pacificate, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte preghiere e dediche essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, ora abbiamo fatto la nostra buona motivazione, abbiamo generato una buona motivazione. Questa motivazione dovrebbe essere sempre presente nelle nostre menti e per far sì che tutto si realizzi entriamo nel centro della pratica, proprio come viene detto nella Bisamaya Lankara di Maitreya, questo testo bellissimo, grandissimo. All'inizio ci sarà la motivazione, la buona motivazione virtuosa. Al centro vi sarà la nostra pratica, la nostra azione che produrrà azioni benefiche e alla fine ci sarà la dedica proprio per concludere, così come un seme entra nella terra e attraverso il sole, l'acqua e le altitudini del clima crescerà e poi verrà mangiato. È la stessa cosa. Allora, allo stesso modo noi abbiamo fatto ora la motivazione, ora facciamo la nostra pratica e una breve meditazione che sia di buon auspicio per questo nuovo anno. Ricordiamoci che le nostre azioni sono un po' come il nostro capitale. Tutte le azioni virtuose, tutte le azioni non virtuose verranno sperimentate in futuro. Non si perderanno nello spazio e nel tempo. Perciò la cosa migliore che possiamo fare è quella di generare azioni virtuose, che significa azioni che siano di beneficio. Allora andiamo a sederci in un modo corretto, in modo che la nostra postura abbia la possibilità di fare una buona respirazione, gli occhi leggermente aperti, non appoggiatevi allo schienale della sedia o del divano e se siete per terra con un cuscino cercate sempre di mantenere la schiena dritta come se fosse una pila di monetine una sull'altra, ma senza irrigidirsi. Il nostro stare, la nostra postura deve essere molto molto rilassata. Allora socchiudiamo gli occhi e portiamo l'attenzione al respiro. Calmiamo la mente e ricordiamoci che siamo qui, ora, in questo momento. E se un pensiero sorge, un ricordo, una preoccupazione disturbasse la nostra attenzione, lasciamoli andare e ritorniamo nuovamente all'attenzione del respiro. Ora che la nostra mente è più tranquilla, portiamo l'attenzione su quello che è la nostra vita, che attraverso il corpo e la mente sono in grado di produrre azioni virtuose e azioni non virtuose. Così come un contadino avrà cura della sua terra, nel seminarla, nel pulirla, nel seminarla e raccogliere poi i suoi frutti, così la nostra vita è come un terreno che va coltivato con amore e con attenzione, con disciplina e amore. Allora pensiamo alla nostra vita come corpo e mente che devono dare un buon frutto per nostro beneficio e per tutti gli esseri senzienti. Cominciamo a pensare alla nostra vita come il campo di un contadino. Cerchiamo di avere questa visione di questa terra, una terra fertile. La pensiamo anche in una condizione idonea per la coltivazione, quindi che ci sia la giusta umidità, pioggia, sole e il nutrimento della terra, quel nutrimento che noi ogni giorno diamo. Comprendiamo questo e poi facciamo la nostra analisi, la nostra riflessione, che se noi non abbiamo cura della nostra terra, se non la puliamo, se non la seminiamo, non darà alcun frutto e inoltre, se verrà abbandonata, diventerà selvaggia, con animali infetti e con erbacce e con una condizione che è di danno a tutti gli esseri. Dove c'è qualcosa che si lascia andare, che si trascura, tutto diventa velenoso. Riflettiamo su questo. Riflettiamo come la terra ha proprio questa caratteristica. Ora questa analogia rapportiamola con la nostra vita, il nostro corpo-mente. Allo stesso modo, se noi non abbiamo cura della nostra vita, della nostra istruzione, del nostro apprendimento, delle nostre azioni di corpo, parola e mente, questa nostra vita sarà selvaggia e produrrà sterpaglie, animali velenosi, e sarà la tana anche di animali feroci, perché si sentiranno protetti dalla nostra trascuratezza. Facciamo questa analogia e riflettiamo bene sulla nostra vita. Vi prego di non sentirvi il colpa se non state ben usando la vostra terra. Questo potrà avvenire quando voi lo vorrete. Gioiamo per avere questa preziosa condizione. Portiamo gioia nel nostro cuore, non sensi di colpa, ma portiamo gioia e felicità, perché noi abbiamo questa preziosa condizione. E gioiamo per tutti coloro che la possiedono e desideriamo che tutti gli esseri senzienti possano avere questa condizione. Facciamo un bel respiro profondo, diamo segnale al nostro corpo che la sessione di meditazione è terminata e avvertendo questa gioia nel nostro cuore andiamo a produrre le dediche che ci serviranno proprio per riflettere come questo samsara abbia delle cose che possono essere vantaggiose, ma come questo samsara non debba essere visto come un giardino di delizie, bensì come una prigione da cui noi vogliamo evadere. Evadere significa raggiungere l'illuminazione, la liberazione dalla sofferenza. Allora andiamo a fare le nostre dediche. Andando a fare la dedica della parola Vajrasattva, Thangtong Gyalpo, delle parole di verità che pacificano il pericolo delle armi. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso, Buddha Maitreya, occhio e compassionevole, sublime, trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso, Ayagriva, airato, Tara, completamente puro e così via. Il sole sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti del campo dei litigi, nel prosperare nelle 5 generazioni, sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa dei conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano del karma negativo e gelosia, per favore, prosciugate questo oceano. Tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare amorevole e gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore, concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possano aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini degli spiriti malvagi che entrano nel continuo mentale di qualcuno. Lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una sura. Da ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore, fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo causato da effetto e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di abitudine e condurre tutti gli altri a questa terra pura. Per favore, fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti affinché tutto l'ambiente sia buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima, che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione dei guru, divinità del sigillo della mente e dei rari sublimi, possono queste pure estese preghiere essere realizzate. Adesso andiamo a pacificare con la richiesta la paura delle carestie. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, il compassionevole vittorioso, hai completato le 2 accumulazioni. Le assemblee dei condottieri Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, pratica Buddha, Guru, Idam, Dakini e guardiani del Dharma delle 10 direzioni, divinità della ricchezza Yaksha e i signori dei tesori insieme al loro seguito. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di un protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze della fame, della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri attraenti necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria da letto e così via, nella terra delle nevi di questo mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati dai 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazioni e così via. E per favore, fa crescere i cereali nelle culture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per il potere di avere fatto intense richieste con le profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa leone della malattia, dei cambiamenti e delle carestie essere pacificato e possano possedere una lunga vita, felice e libera da malattie. Per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e dei loro figli e per la forza dell'infallibile verità causa e effetto, possono gli insegnamenti dei vittoriosi diffondersi e aumentare e possono tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. E quindi adesso che abbiamo terminato tutta la nostra pratica, abbiamo fatto immense preghiere, abbiamo fatto la buona motivazione, abbiamo fatto le nostre buone azioni con la meditazione, che tutto questo karma arrivi a tutti gli esseri senzienti che in questo momento stanno sperimentando vari tipi di sofferenze, tra cui appunto questo. Non si capisce bene cosa sia essere liberati dalla sofferenza. E possiamo ancora, insomma, sono sani, non averla, ma avere sempre le condizioni per essere di beneficio e poter fare tutte le altre cose, le azioni che sono di beneficio agli esseri senzienti. Allora, andiamo a fare le strofe di Dio. Possa la preziosa e suprema Bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescersi sempre più. Sansana e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, a causa ed effetto dell'origine del mente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano esseri senzienti malati possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite essere mai separati dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhana. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico vittorioso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal pure sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti dei vittoriosi Losantrampa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato il yoga dei due stadi, le supreme moltitudini e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'ardine delle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e possano tutte le mie azioni di virtù maturare su di loro. Finché a tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se lo potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri migratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi e anche toccandomi o parlando con me possano tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Ora, per sigillare tutto quello che abbiamo fatto, facciamo proprio queste dediche superiori. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere alla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuota dall'esistere alla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere alla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere alla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere alla loro parte, io sola, completamente vuota dall'esistere alla mia parte. Come l'eroe Menjushi e come Samantha Badra hanno realizzato un modo di essere delle cose, allo stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirle nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema a tutti i virtuosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere la condotta pura. Affinché i sentieri del Dharma, il re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperino, possa tutti i segni di ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti, l'essere tempo di me stessa e sono gli altri, possono gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losantrampa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Ora facciamo una dedica per Sua Santità Dalai Lama, per questo nuovo anno, la nostra guida che ci aiuta nel sentiero. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficiario in questo mondo, incomparabile e gentile, te ringrazio, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente e avere una lunga vita. Dedichiamo anche al nostro grande maestro spirituale Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che funge da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina virtuosa del Manjana, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e di tutti gli altri. Tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Bene, abbiamo completato la nostra preghiera, la nostra giornata. E ora avremo con noi la venerabile Siliana. Buongiorno Siliana, buon anno.
Buongiorno e buon anno.
Taci Delec, che tutto sia propizio di auspicio. Quindi continuiamo le nostre preghiere perché il cuore ancora vuole rimanere. Io auguro a tutti voi veramente un magnifico, meraviglioso anno, ma ricordiamoci sempre che tutto questo dipende da noi, non dipende dalla fortuna o dalla sfortuna, dipende dal nostro karma, e che vuol dire le azioni che facciamo. Buona giornata a tutti, buon anno ancora.
Ciao,
Buongiorno, Siliana, ciao.
Ci vediamo, bye bye. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the people at Chenrezig Institute that have been supporting us, and Happy New Year for all the people in Australia that have already passed the first day of this new year. Thank you very much. And so thank you very much also to Venerable Damcho that has been supporting us in organizing all this marathon that is being very intense to have this organization. Ok. Grazie a tutte le persone del Chenrezig Institute che ci stanno aiutando già da 76 settimane, e senza il loro aiuto, senza il loro contributo non riusciremo ad andare avanti. Anzi, ricordo che chi vuole fare un'offerta può vedere nel nostro sito, può vedere come fare per fare l'offerta nel sito appunto della maratona. E voglio ringraziare appunto i ragazzi del Chenrezig Institute che hanno già trascorso la prima giornata del nuovo anno, e grazie a Venerabile Damcho che organizza settimanalmente queste maratone, e siamo già alla 76esima settimana. E buon anno a tutti quanti, buon anno a tutte le persone che mi stanno seguendo adesso in questo momento, buon anno anche a tutti quelli che non mi stanno seguendo. E in realtà ricordo quando abbiamo celebrato il nuovo anno dal 1999 al 2000, ricordo eravamo insieme a Sua Santità Dalai Lama Benares, e Sua Santità disse: domani, che è il 2020, che era il 2000, non succede assolutamente niente di diverso di quello che è successo questa mattina o ieri l'altra mattina. Praticamente quotidianamente dobbiamo cercare di sviluppare una buona motivazione, quotidianamente dobbiamo cercare di utilizzare la nostra esistenza al meglio, perché ogni giorno potrebbe essere l'ultimo giorno della nostra vita, e comunque dobbiamo essere pronti per qualsiasi evenienza. Il modo per essere pronti ad affrontare il viaggio più importante della nostra esistenza è quello di avere buon cuore e di non abbandonare la mente dell'illuminazione, tenere sempre in mente la propria motivazione, tenere sempre in mente il proprio guru. Allora, questa mattina volevo appunto cercare di generare una buona motivazione per questa giornata, per il nuovo anno e per tutto il resto dell'esistenza che ci resta da vivere. Quindi ci mettiamo seduti comodi, confortevoli nella posizione in cui siamo. Cerchiamo di sentirci a nostro agio. Lasciamo andare tutte quante le tensioni, lasciamo andare tutti quanti i pensieri. Cerchiamo di avere la spina dorsale dritta in modo tale che l'aria all'interno del corpo possa fluire senza tensioni, senza ostacoli. Così possiamo sviluppare meglio la nostra concentrazione e consapevolezza. Gradualmente portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Mentre inspiriamo, pensiamo che la luce entra dentro di noi e elimina completamente l'oscurità, esattamente come quando accendiamo la luce in una stanza che il buio scompare. E così pure quando inspiriamo, immaginiamo in questo modo. E quando espiriamo, immaginiamo di dare questa luce a tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi, a partire alla nostra destra da nostro padre, tutti quanti gli esseri maschili, alla nostra sinistra, nostra madre, con tutti gli esseri femminili, dietro gli amici, di fronte alle persone che ci creano degli ostacoli, dei problemi. Immaginiamo davanti a noi il nostro guru, la persona che ci ispira amorevole gentilezza e compassione. Visualizziamo il nostro guru nell'aspetto di Chenrezig a 1000 braccia o a 4 braccia o nell'aspetto di Thangtong Gyalpo, che era una manifestazione di Chenrezig, appunto. Cerchiamo di generare un po' una motivazione, pensando esattamente come me tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi desiderano essere liberi da qualsiasi sofferenza, anche la più piccola sofferenza che si sperimenta nei sogni. Quindi nella mia vita quotidiana, particolarmente adesso che mi impegno in queste pratiche, lo scopo della mia vita è quello di ottenere lo stato di illuminazione per il beneficio di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Qualsiasi azione compirò oggi e in tutta la mia esistenza sarà rivolta all'ottenimento dell'illuminazione. Quindi mi impegnerò il più possibile da ora in avanti a non danneggiare alcun essere vivente, a cercare di compiere soltanto azioni costruttive, ovvero che portino come risultato felicità e benessere, sia per me stesso che per gli altri, e avere la consapevolezza di controllare la mente, domare la mente, e quindi essere consapevole della legge di causa e effetto, dell'interdipendenza dei fenomeni. E questa è l'essenza dell'insegnamento del Buddha. Con questi pilastri nella mia esistenza agirò in accordo a questo principio per poter ottenere lo stato di illuminazione il più velocemente possibile. Per fare questo, con questa rinuncia alla sofferenza, ovvero rinuncia a cercare di astenersi dalle cause della sofferenza, da profondo del cuore prendo rifugio nel guru, nei maestri, nel Buddha, che hanno ottenuto questa realizzazione. Pensare alle loro realizzazioni, pensare alle loro qualità, è il modo proprio di prendere rifugio nelle qualità che noi stessi otterremo in futuro. Quindi generiamo la motivazione citando appunto la preghiera del rifugio per 3 volte. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso puro Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditativi, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso puro Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Quindi visualizzando Thangtong Gyalpo, Master Thangtong Gyalpo, o Chenrezig, o il Guru, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, o Sua Santità Dalai Lama. Recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme Hum, che ha la caratteristica di essere 6 sillabe, e recitando le 6 sillabe creiamo le condizioni per purificare le nostre attitudini mentali negativi dell'avarizia, dell'ignoranza, dell'attaccamento, del rancore, della gelosia, dell'orgoglio. E mettiamo le impronte mentali per poter rinascere, per poter realizzare le 6 perfezioni appunto della generosità, della moralità, della pazienza, dell'entusiasmo, della concentrazione e della saggezza. E purifichiamo le impronte mentali che ci fanno rinascere ancora nell'esistenza ciclica. Quindi mettiamo il seme per poter essere completamente liberi dall'esistenza ciclica, ovvero poter non essere più schiavi dai vari difetti mentali e in futuro essere in grado di scegliere di poter rinascere per essere di beneficio, ovunque sia il maggior beneficio possibile. Oh, mani per me, 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 oh. Oh, mani per me, 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 oh, mani per me. Oh, mani per me, 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 oh. Oh, mani per me, 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 oh. Oh, mani per me, 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 oh. Mani per me, oh, mani per me, oh, mani per me, oh, mani per me, oh, mani per me, oh. Oh, mani per me, 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 oh, mani per me. Oh, mani per me, 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 oh, mani per me. Mani per me, oh, 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 mani per me. Oh, mani per me, 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 oh, mani. Oh, mani per me, 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 oh, mani per me. Mani per me, mani per me, mani per me. Money for new, 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 money for new. Money for new, money for new, money for new, money for new, money. Money for new, 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 money. Oh, money per me, oh, money per me. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo per eliminare tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristiche degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, gradi, dalle malattie, dai buddhi, dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, come un macellaio che portano a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive. E questi semplici sono dei loro nomi terrorizzano gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi, che prima del corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con i poteri dei dakini, protettori del Dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza e infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora recitiamo sempre la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera che pacifica dal pericolo delle armi. Ho sbagliato. Amore per me, mani 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 per me. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso, Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime e trascendente che osserva tutto, vittorioso e aggrivirato, Tara completamente pura e così via. E solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio nella natura della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti del tempo di litigio e prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possono aumentare felicità e buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di perché i malvagi, entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una Zura. D'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti, morti in guerra, da ora in poi, abbandoni tutto il karma negativo causa ed effetto, possono rinascere miracolosamente nella terra pura di beatitudini succavati e condurre tutti gli altri in quella stessa terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati, che muoiono, abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie, possono pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù, fate piovere nei momenti giusti e avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti, per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura. Causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima. Per la compassione del Guru, divinità, sigillo della mente e dei rari sublimi, possono queste pure e estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ora ci impegniamo nelle preghiere di dedica. che normalmente appunto ci si impegna prima nella parte della motivazione della pratica, la pratica effettiva, e ora dedichiamo l'energia positiva che abbiamo così accumulato affinché porti come risultato il benessere di tutti quanti. In particolare dedichiamo con le strofe di dedica che ha composto Lama Zopa Rinpoche in particolare per questo periodo che noi stiamo vivendo di incredibili difficoltà nel nostro mondo, per noi stessi e tutti quanti gli esseri viventi che stanno soffrendo, non soltanto a causa del virus, ma per tutte quante le malattie e tutti quanti i problemi connessi. E tutti quanti i problemi relativi allo squilibrio degli elementi, in particolare ovviamente tutto ciò è la causa, è causato dai nostri difetti mentali che ci fanno sperimentare questa esistenza in questo modo. Quindi più noi pacifichiamo i nostri difetti mentali, più riusciremo a ottenere un livello di serenità e tranquillità. Mi dedichiamo questa energia positiva. Posso la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorge in chi non l'ha ancora generata. Posso la mente che già è stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa, effetto e origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, e questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati recitiamo questa preghiera 3 volte. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori e non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori e non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori e non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. E ancora, per essere sempre usati dagli esseri senzienti, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arte, le foreste, possano essere sempre usate dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. E qua, per considerare gli esseri senzienti molto preziosi, posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e posso tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare in samsara per aiutare, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi o pensarmi, ricordandomi e anche toccando o parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Poi se ci diamo i meriti con la vacuità, per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli butti, innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti all'esistere dalla loro parte. Posso dire che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato di illuminazione che è completamente vuota di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. come l'eroe maggiore, come Samantha Marta hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, allo stesso modo dico totalmente a questi virtù affinché possa servire nel loro addestramento. Ora recitiamo la preghiera di lunga vita di Sua Santità e Lama. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo. Incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onori i tuoi supremi, salvatori miei degli altri tuoi discepoli. Per favore, ti prego, vieni a lungo. E così si conclude la nostra sessione. E vi auguro ancora un buon proseguimento. E ora do il benvenuto alla nostra amica venerabile Lausanne. Buongiorno. Good morning, dear. Happy New Year. Oh, you're still muted.
Yeah, there you go. Ciao, Silviana.
Ciao, buongiorno. I leave you the crowd now to do the prayer. And see you next week then. Ciao, Happy New Year. Ciao.
Different times. Ciao, ciao. Take care. Happy New Year, yeah? Okay, so hello, everybody. So we will start. Oh, Sharon is here also. Hi, Sharon. Happy New Year.
Hi, Rita. Happy New Year to you too. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Oh, still that's good. Still in Switzerland?
Yeah. I still can't go to Israel, so I just, and even because now we have like the numbers are rising like mad, and so, we just wait and I do things okay on Zoom and here in the center, and so it's fine.
Yeah, that's good.
It's not that I'm jobless and unhappy or whatever. I'm very much okay.
Yeah, great. Yeah, well, we're right in the middle of it all here now. So at last we know the effects of COVID in Australia. Well, down south they did last winter, but up where I am in Queensland, we've virtually been unscathed, but it's come with a vengeance now.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, it's like
yeah.
Well, at one point it will stop, so I don't know when, but and I don't know what all these experts are saying. One is saying this, the other that. So we just trot along happily and do whatever they ask us to do, and that's it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And keep out of crowds, hey?
Yeah, exactly. This is and here it's very possible, so that's fine.
Yeah, yes, I'm
okay.
All right. Enjoy.
Good to see you. We better get on with
you
the prayer here. So to save the universe and
okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, bye, Sharon. Good to see you. Okay, my dears, whoever is here, we will start with taking refuge. As always, then we will do a prayer by King Thangtong Gyalpo to Chenrezig, because we're doing Chenrezig practice. And then we do the prayer and say some mantras to feel protected. These mantras that Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche gave out at the beginning of this pandemic, which now is almost already a year and a half or almost 2 years ago soon. So there you go. So we've all survived, and we've survived also thanks to the Dharma, I think, and thanks to Zoom, so that we can do all these things and still have contact with everybody. So no need to despair, and we can just continue with our practice, realizing the nature of our mind, which it says so nicely here in the Refuge prayer, that this is the best refuge that we have, is the Dharmakaya, is our Buddha potential, and how are we going to discover it? Is through the help of the Buddha, who is our mentor, through the help of the Dharma, which is our, which is the methods, and then the Sangha, which, as you can see, is accompanying us on this path. And then, of course, as the refuge starts with the precious Guru Buddha, so it's always good to think about your living Guru in his or her human form very, very often, and to notice how your heart opens, how you calm down, how you feel protected and seen and cared for, and that we, thanks to this Guru that was able to inspire us, that we're going into a safe direction. So visualize in the space in front of you. You can already now visualize Chenrezig, either 4-armed or 1,000-armed. I'm sure you're all familiar with these figures. I don't need to describe it. Manifestation of compassion and wisdom, of a fully awakened mind, translucent, radiant, very beautiful, white, sending out lights in all the directions. And this is what we want to become. And who is guiding us? There's the Guru. So you visualize your living Guru in his human form. And then you let that human form melt into the visualization of Chenrezig, knowing that the Guru is all the Buddhas are the Guru and the Buddhas, they're always there. We are never, ever alone. Because that's why they attained enlightenment, to care for us, and not only occasionally, but spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and effortlessly. They're always there. Then other things that are always there is also all mother sentient beings, which just, again, don't notice it because we are maybe alone in an apartment or in a house or in a hut in the forest or on top of a mountain or wherever. As Sharon was just saying, just avoid crowds. Yes, but still, even if we don't go there, the crowds are there. And they're there with us on this planet, in this universe, and we're just a small part of it. So for that, you put your mom at your right side, your dad at your left side. Especially now that we just, had Christmas, since we are in a kind of Christian Western world here, so everybody knows what Christmas is. Probably most of us who are listening, remember when you were a child, you received Christmas presents. So we try to remember how our parents tried to make us happy. Sometimes they succeeded, sometimes they didn't, but the intention was really there. So connect with these two important people in your life, because it's thanks to them that you have this body. They gave you an education. They cared for you. If they're still alive, they still care for you. They really want you to be happy. They never, ever rejoice when you are unhappy. Probably the Guru and our parents are probably the only people on this planet who never, ever rejoice when we are unhappy. So, because if somebody doesn't like us, they can produce some kind of joy. So your parents are there, mom at the left side, dad at the right side. And already now the heart opens, the hardness melts, we open, become spacious, full of gratitude, drop everything that, maybe happened in the past, which was not so nice. Why holding on to it? There's no point. Then people you dislike, and again, be very specific, because this is the method to dissolve the knots that we have with these people, either aversion or fear. So people who make you nervous, people that you make nervous, you put in the space in front, so we can encounter them also when we encounter them directly with an open heart. So don't be afraid of them, really put them there, know who they are. So we can be on our guard next time we meet them, so we're not creating more negative karma. And with a wish to really dissolve that harshness that we have towards them, or the fear, wanting to avoid them, we put them there, and then all these unpleasant things can dissolve, disappear. Then people we like, family and friend, we put behind us. There also try to be specific, because then your mind reacts to them with openness, spaciousness, kindness, wanting to be of benefit to them spontaneously, kind of naturally. So then we show, or we feel gratitude towards them. I'm sorry, at the moment I do zoom things in 3 different languages, so sometimes I get mixed up. So we experience the kindness, we feel it. So then we show some gratitude towards them, that they bring out our positive sides. And then, the thought, why limit ourselves like this? Why just these few people? Even if it's 1,000, You know, I just said hello to Sharon because we know each other from Dharamsala. So me also, I limit myself. I see other names on this thing here. But I see Chrissy from Leeds, but I don't know who she is. So there's not much happening. But I just see the name Sharon Trupp, then I get happy. Because why? Because I like her. So, you know, it's good to think, why limit ourselves to just these few people that we know from this life? We have known each other. All of these people are around us. All the beings in the universe, we have known them in previous lives. We have had good times with them. They have been kind to us. They have been our parents. So now we try to open up our hearts to all these beings, to have the same feeling of kindness, goodness, open heart, spaciousness, calmness, kindness. And then we think, you know, we're leading them all to take refuge. So then we have the right attitude, like taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, because we want to be free from being under the control of our unhelpful emotions, which we're totally slave of them, and it's not that much fun. We could have it much, much better. So that's, and we want to apply these methods to get out. Why do we want to get out? Because as a human, we have a natural wish to be of benefit to others. And this is what makes you really happy, is to be of benefit. Somebody needs something, you can give it. This is great, you know. This is the purpose of our life, to be of benefit to others. Just we are very limited. So this is why I want to become like Chenrezig, which is the guru, so that then I can spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and effortlessly benefit whoever comes into my presence, whoever I think about. No more limits. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. This is the most important thing. I have this Buddha nature. I want to discover it. I want to live it. I'm sick and tired to be an ordinary being. So the third time, you know, that this has to be very strong in our mind. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And in order to discover that Dharmakaya, now we do the requests to Chenrezig, which has been translated very beautifully by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And as he says, it's such an easy way to generate compassion, bodhicitta, because we think, I make these requests to Chenrezig on behalf of all sentient beings. So Rinpoche says, if you keep compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. First request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you. Then think that you caused them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart cherishing others. So bodhicitta, I want to get out of samsara. Why? Because I want to become like Guru Chenrezig. Namo Guru Lokeshvaraya. Please look at me with compassion. Universal being enriched with power, please be my guide and save me, perfect pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one, please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger towards my enemies, Please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with the tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I've taken the body of an unknown baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6th syllable, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So then you have, you have Chenrezig in the space in front of you. And now if you have initiation, then he absorbs into you, you transform into Chenrezig. And sending out the light comes from your body. Otherwise, you keep Chenrezig in space in front. And you think like a very, like the sun, the light rays, which are healing, bringing support, bringing relief, bringing resources that beings need at the moment. It just pours out spontaneously like the light from the sun in all directions, touching each and every sentient being. Now you can think of specific beings that you know that yet they need positive energy, or maybe in general, all the beings who kind of work in the health system, because all over the world they're tired. They don't have that much energy left. They're kind of hopeless, going like it never ends. All the beings who are careless, they don't care, ending up in hospital and all this, which make them a bit hopeless and even angry sometimes. So then all the aggression is being, pacified, like the rain pacifies the heat, and like this. So be very creative. These visualizations are not kind of written in stone. Just let the mind a bit free, send out the light, and then see what you would do as Chenrezig, in what way. Then everybody around us transforms into Chenrezig, of course. So Chenrezig absorbs into you. You kind of become aware the 5 contaminated aggregates, the thoughts that produce them. It's just a projection, just like an illusion. You go into the clear light, and out of there, you manifest as the Buddha of compassion. And with your spontaneous light rays, you bring resources, help, relief, healing, anything that the beings need. And they then transform into Chenrezig themselves. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Then you kind of transform into Thangtong Gyalpo, and with the confidence and imagination that this reciting this prayer makes a lot of difference to the present situation in the world, really helps. Then we recite this prayer a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as those that have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, but by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Can do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then we can each 3 times, we can recite these mantras that Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche gave out kind of as a protection when there was no vaccines yet. And that we should, it's good to recite them, then blow into your hand, then you breathe in what you blew out as a protection and as a blessing of the mantra. So, it's still good to get vaccinated and do the measures like washing hand and keeping distance, wearing masks and all this. But, it cannot do any harm to have like additional protection. So we do each one 3 times. Om Padmashavari Pe Neng Parishig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padmashavari Pe Neng Parishig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padmashavari Pe Neng Parishig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Then Black Manjushi. Om trasu chusu turtasu turmisu ningo lachu kala cha kam shamtram pepe soha. Om trasu chusu turtasu turmisu ningo lachu kala cha kam shamtram pepe soha. Om trasu chusu turtasu turmisu ningo lachu kala cha kam shamtram pepe soha. Then the 20th Orange Tara, who stops epidemics and hopefully also pandemics. Om tare ture sarva vidya titsora prashamanaye soha. Om tare ture sarva vidya titsora prashamanaye soha. Om tare ture sarva vidya titsora prashamanaye soha. And then we don't have to go out with fear if we need to go out, and still we stay home. But it's not necessary to go and meet other people. Then the dedications, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may the arisen not decline but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. A long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So again, just thinking about His Holiness Dalai Lama, your heart totally opens, you feel protected, guided, cared for. I was so happy that he is still amongst us and giving us, he's so present, he's giving us so many teachings, like Lama Tsongkhapa Day, he was giving teachings on the 3 principal aspects. Then on the 15th of January, he will again give teachings, and he will continue. So we're so fortunate. So we wish him a long, healthy, and stable life. The wish-counting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snow, teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And that's not just the end of the pandemic, but also may Tibet become autonomous or free, so that the Tibetans can go back to their country and practice their religion and culture freely without being suppressed by the Chinese government or army. Then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all the other teachers teaching the true path to full awakening, for you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And also Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche and all the other lamas untiringly, they continue to give us teachings over Zoom, over Facebook, over YouTube. It's amazing, this treasure is being poured out, and we just have to turn on the computer and pick it up. It's so fortunate. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, pandemics, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world. That also, we do this also for all the people who have lost their jobs, who are frightened, who cannot pay their bills anymore because they, the economic system is just about to collapse for some people. So also for them. So the economic problems in the world and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind, like the climate warming, be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's heart and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. There we go. Whoa, Mayra, hello. Oh, Thangtong Gyalpo, sorry, Venerable. So nice to see you. Oof, it's been such a long time. And then all the other Spanish crowd here.
Hello, Rita. How are you?
Hello, Begonia. Wow, so nice to see you. Are you all well?
Well, very well.
I see you're all dressed very warmly. Is it cold where you are?
No, it's not too cold. It's not too cold.
Okay.
How are you, Rita? How are you?
I'm fine. I'm okay. Nothing to complain about. What can I say?
Very good.
So,
Very good. Very
quietly kind of continuing with the practice and with my life, and staying flexible in case Israel will open at one point, because it's still closed.
Yes. In which city are you now? Which city?
It's not a city. It's a small village in the valleys. It's near Martigny, where Jean Paul's center is, where Gabriel is.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
nice.
yeah, so I go there. It's beautiful. It's like snow and sun, and it's like it's a holiday area. Skiing resort.
Okay, take care, dear. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for doing these prayers, and thank you so much that we meet so often. It's great.
Yes.
It's been fantastic. I will pass a happy day after having met you guys, and also Sharon. So happy New Year and bye.
Bye-bye.
Ciao, bye.
Ciao.
Thank you, Sharon, or whoever is in Chenrezig. Thank you very, very much. And Happy New Year. ¿Alguien está hablando? A ver, perdón. Bueno, entonces nada, un saludo a todos y a los que estáis unidos en YouTube también un saludo. Que vaya, ya veis, el tiempo pasa, el tiempo corre y se nos puede acabar en cualquier momento, por cierto. Entonces, creo que este es el 75 vez que nos reunimos, ¿verdad, Fabio? Nos decía eso, ¿cómo se llama? Venerable Dancho, o sea que imaginaros, ya son 75 semanas, ¿no? Más o menos, en las que estamos así reunidos. Y bueno, pues y continuemos porque realmente hace falta erradicar la actitud egocéntrica y la ignorancia, porque hasta entonces vamos a seguir teniendo condiciones desfavorables, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, estamos aquí para poder trabajar justamente esos aspectos, disminuirlos y poder estar en mejor disposición de ayudar a los demás. Entonces, si os parece, estamos unos momentitos en silencio para asegurarnos de abrir nuestro corazón y de dar una buena dirección a la práctica que vamos a emprender, ¿vale? Y recordamos la situación presente, tantos que están realmente sufriendo por la intensidad de la pandemia, ya sea afectados directamente por la enfermedad, ya sea porque sus medios de vida se ven afectados. También pensemos en todos los que ayudan para que podamos sobrellevar esta situación, especialmente los sanitarios increíblemente sobrecargados de trabajo, y todos aquellos que debido también a estas circunstancias no pueden tener acceso a sus tratamientos médicos por la sobrecarga de trabajo. Entonces, son muchos, no solo por la situación presente de la pandemia, sino también los diferentes desastres naturales, los diferentes conflictos sociales. Es que por nuestra parte pongamos trabajemos para poder cambiar las cosas, especialmente transformar nuestro corazón. Tener en cuenta la felicidad de los demás, anteponer sus intereses al nuestro propio, y especialmente en esta situación tener ese cuidado de protección a los demás, manteniendo pues las diferentes consejos para poder detener esta locura de la pandemia. Por eso necesitamos desarrollar un buen corazón, una mente compasiva, eliminar la ignorancia que se aferra al yo y los diferentes engaños. Y tenemos los métodos. Nuestros maestros se manifiestan, nos indican cómo trabajar, cómo cultivar la sabiduría, la compasión. Entonces, en presencia de Guru Chenrezig, que es significado con su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que es el Lamsa, nuestros diferentes maestros, abrimos nuestro corazón para recibir sus bendiciones. Y lo hacemos rodeados por todos los seres, los cercanos, los familiares, los amigos, los que nos desagradan y los desconocidos, ya sean en este reino humano o en otros reinos de existencia. Y sobre todo conscientes de la gran oportunidad que tenemos habiendo encontrado este renacimiento humano y el Dharma, que en definitiva es gracias a los demás que tenemos esta situación. Entonces asumamos esa responsabilidad de poder devolver la bondad recibida y guiar a los seres a la iluminación. Para ello necesitamos nosotros mismos allanar el camino, recorrerlo y seguir la senda de los seres iluminados. Tomamos refugio, Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio, y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad Suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad Suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad Suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Y al recitar el mantra visualizamos que desde Guru Chenrezig, recordemos que su energía es esa bondad, compasión que sientes y experimentas cuando estás con su santidad el Dalai Lama, con Rinpoche, con los diferentes maestros, pues se irradia esa potente energía luminosa y compasiva, desciende sobre nosotros y cada uno de los seres, limpiando todos los oscurecimientos, la ignorancia, el aferramiento al yo, la actitud egocéntrica, nuestras negatividades y causas de sufrimiento, e infundiéndonos de las cualidades de la compasión y la sabiduría. Y piensa que especialmente céntrate en aquellas personas que están ahora pasando momentos más difíciles, pues esta energía, esta bendición de Chenrezig les colma de felicidad, de gozo, de serenidad, limpiando totalmente sus oscurecimientos. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio, manteniendo esta visualización en Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Siente que tus negatividades, oscurecimientos se han desvanecido y que estás impregnado de esa energía luminosa y compasiva de Guru Chenrezig. Y recitamos las oraciones a Thangtong Gyalpo, recordando de contemplar la imagen y que sea una oración genuina de corazón, que podamos, que podamos eliminar todas las causas para las condiciones tan desfavorables que ahora se están viviendo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de las enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades, que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y hacemos la súplica a Guru Chenrezig. Oh área de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas, y por favor condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas, mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces piensa que Guru Chenrezig acepta complacido nuestras súplicas sinceras y envía infinitas réplicas de sí mismo en todas las direcciones, a todos los universos, a todos los reinos de existencia, llega a todos los seres y también sobre ti, sobre tu coronilla, se disuelve en luz y se absorbe en ti. Disipando totalmente aún las manchas más sutiles, los oscurecimientos más sutiles. Nos unificamos con la sagrada mente y la energía de sabiduría y compasión de Guru Chenrezig. Que vamos a proteger, cultivar, manifestar en todas nuestras actividades, en todos nuestros pensamientos, palabras, acciones, siendo un representante, un emisario de Guru Chenrezig en este mundo. Y dedicamos. Venerable Drolma, ¿quieres empezar?
Que a través de estos méritos puedan todas las aflicciones y toda la ignorancia que provocan tanto sufrimiento en las mentes de todos los seres ser totalmente purificada y pueda crecer al eliminarse estas aflicciones, la compasión, el amor y la bodhicitta en todos los seres.
Thank you. Venerable Begoñín.
Yo quería dedicar para la terminación de esta pandemia, para que pueda ser controlada y en gran medida por la actuación de las personas, de la responsabilidad personal de cada uno, y que bueno, se convierta pues quizá en una enfermedad completamente controlable y todos los que están contagiados y enfermos se recuperen y aquellos que han muerto pues tengan renacimientos humanos perfectos y encuentren el Dharma y maestros cualificados.
Gracias. Venerable Fabio.
Pues yo dedico para encontrarnos muy pronto de manera presencial con nuestros maestros y porque los centros de Dharma tengan éxito y no se vean afectados.
Thank you. Y venerable Gelón, Juan Yurba.
Bueno, pues dedico para que todos los que se dedican a la práctica del Dharma lo puedan hacer sin obstáculos, y los que no practican pueden llegar a practicarlo, para que haya paz y armonía entre todos y cesen todos los egoísmos entre personas, pueblos, naciones, etc.
Millones de gracias. Entonces, cada uno también que haga sus dedicaciones particulares, especialmente por aquellas personas con las que tenemos una vinculación más cercana y los diferentes, o que han pedido que recemos, que dediquemos por ellos. Especialmente quiero dedicar por la hermana de Mena, que falleció por renacimiento. Uy, qué ruido. Así como, pues eso, por todas las personas que están en otros reinos de existencia o que están falleciendo, que están en el bardo, que puedan tener buenos renacimientos en tierras puras donde logren rápidamente la iluminación, o renacimientos humanos perfectos, encontrar gurús Mahayana perfectamente cualificados, recibir el Dharma y practicarlo con pureza y diligencia y lograr rápidamente la iluminación. Necesitamos muy especialmente para que la preciosísima mente de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca, y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Que podamos alcanzar el estado de Guru Chenrezig y poder conducir a todos los seres a ese estado. Y dedicamos para que nosotros y todos los seres y nuestros familiares, tanto en esta vida como en vidas futuras, jamás nos separemos del Dharma Mahayana, volvamos a encontrar a maestros puros budas perfectamente cualificados y practicando de acuerdo a sus instrucciones, logremos rápidamente la iluminación. Y por la larga vida de nuestros maestros, que tengan vidas largas, saludables, que puedan dar muchas enseñanzas y nosotros recibirlas y practicarlas, y por todos sus sagrados proyectos que puedan ser del máximo beneficio y sin ningún obstáculo se lleven a cabo. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Gyalpo, que vivas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del suyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Salvador mío de los demás, tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Pues bueno, muchísimas gracias. Recordar que hoy tenemos, a lo largo de todo el día se continúan las oraciones y tenemos un nuevo pase en español a cargo de Venerable Fabioski a las 9 de la tarde, y nada, es una magnífica forma de empezar el año con Chenrezig. Genial. Ok. Hola, Livio, how are you? ¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo está? I'm really good. I wish I could speak Spanish. So nice to see such a happy bunch of faces, and a lot of them I know. So I'm very excited to see you.
¿Y tú cómo estás, Instituto del Amazon Kappa? Eres Livio, ¿verdad? Que te pones Andrea. ¿Cuál es tu nombre?
Andrea.
Andrea, yo soy Livio. ¿Cómo va?
Tenemos algunos casos en el personal y intentamos de gestionar la situación y proteger al Geshe.
Claro, claro. Nosotros aquí en Valencia somos muy escrupulosos. Hemos sido súper cuidadosos para proteger al Geshe, porque claro, vosotros aún estáis en un sitio abierto, pero nosotros es cerrado. Y hasta ahora todo el mundo, la mayoría de la gente, quitando 3 personas quizás o 4, todos vacunados, porque es importantísimo, y dentro de los sitios con mascarilla y con mucho cuidado, porque si no, esto no se para. Esto no se para, si cada uno no nos responsabilizamos, es verdad.
No, de verdad, no, nosotros tenemos no vacunados. No está obligado.
Ya lo sé.
Tenemos de problemas, ¿no?
Es difícil, y fíjate que ahora con la situación del Omicron llega a todo el mundo, y si no estás vacunado, ¡wow! Terrible, terrible. Están en los hospitales los no vacunados, sobre todo.
Eso es.
Y sobre todo es la responsabilidad cara a los demás, cara a los demás. Hablamos de beneficiar a los demás, pero no ponemos nuestro granito de arena y eso es triste. Bueno, pues cuidaros y cuidar al lama, cuidar al Geshe, porque es muy importante que no esté en contacto con la gente, sobre todo si no están vacunados, claro. En fin. Bueno, nuestros mejores deseos, Andrea.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias,
Chao, Andrea.
mille. Bueno,
Chao.
yeah, amiga, Electron, now is your turn. How are you? And how is Happy New Year, by the way.
Oh, Happy New Year. Yes, it's already kind of gone out of my consciousness. Lovely to see you all.
Yes, and how is the situation there in Bendigo?
Bendigo is very nice, but Australia, it's going up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, that's all we can do. It's, yeah. Joining.
Okay, thank you. Y nos vemos esta tarde al resto. Chao, chao. Nice session. Bye, bye.
So we'll take a moment for the next half an hour or so to do these practices, beginning of this 2022. Can't say there's anything to celebrate because obviously the reason that we are doing prayers for is still very acute and serious certainly around Australia, but around the world as well. So we generate a pure, sincere motivation that we are carrying out Lama Zopa Rinpoche's request to pray, to get together and do these prayers collectively to transform our situation, the terrible conditions prevailing in the world. So we'll take a moment to generate that motivation within our hearts, just connecting with our breath, settling our mind. As we face another year, that we not become discouraged by hearing the news of sickness and economic disaster and other environmental problems intensifying in the world. But we make a firm, we set even a stronger motivation that because of these intensifying conditions, that we'll take that to be firm in our motivation to practice Dharma and to become enlightened as soon as possible. So with that, we will do the, we will summon and supplicate Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, just recalling the qualities of Thangtong Gyalpo, all of the Mahasiddha fates that he accomplished. In the 14th century, that he subdued a demon who was causing disease and pandemic in Tibet at the time. And not only that, he had a vast amount of different accomplishments, that he was an engineer. He was good at music. He started the first opera theater in Tibet. And whatever he did, whatever means he had, he directed them, he used them to benefit beings. So thinking these qualities, that we ask Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha to come to our aid once again in these very difficult times. And just remembering that this is none other than our gurus. we appeal to them to come to our space and to help us transform our suffering, transform these conditions. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We'll do this 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now imagining that all 6 realm beings are surrounding us, that each and every one of us has 1000 Nam Chenrezig above our head. An emanation of Mahasiddha is also an emanation of Chenrezig. And thinking about all the manifestations that abide in this world of Chenrezig, that we recite this mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, and imagine as we recite nectar coming from the heart of Chenrezig that's above our head, purifying our body and mind of any negative karma that is yet to ripen, and all of the delusions, obscurations, that we become free of those. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Recite the Tara mantra. Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture. Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture. Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture. Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture. Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare. Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha, Om Tare tu Tare Ture Soha. Let's do the prayer. Before we do the dissolution of Chenrezig, we do this prayer to all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Truthful, victorious, high Griva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of this time of coddling and flourishing of the degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war and disease from now on to abandon all evil karma and cause and results, and the cause and results, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, the rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So we'll imagine Arya Chenrezig is very pleased with our practice, and Chenrezig dissolves into nectar, steam-like substance, and falls on the top of our crown and enters our body. So with this, now we are endowed with all the qualities, supreme qualities of Arya Chenrezig, of compassion, love, wisdom, and courage. And all our obscurations have been completely purified. Just taking a moment to just really feel that this has actually occurred, that our bodies are clean, clear. And rejoicing for a moment. We'll recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. To the long life prayers of His Holiness first. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life prayer in English. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Also, Lord of Dharma, who in accordance with the various dispositions of those to be subdued, makes clear in the light of well-spoken advice the sacred Ganden tradition, essence of Buddha's teachings, O foremost and holy Lama, to you who are supreme, we make this prayer of supplication. O Lama, please, please live long. So long dedication due to the merits accumulated over the 3 times by myself and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, which are empty from their own side. May I, who is empty from its own side, achieve the state of enlightenment, which is empty from its own side. and lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that state as quickly as possible by myself alone. Because of these merits, may my actions never cause even the slightest harm to any sentient being. Instead, may they bring only the greatest benefit. Whatever suffering or happiness I experience, may it be only of the greatest benefit to others, causing them to achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Like Lama Tsongkhapa, may I be able to offer extensive benefits, equaling the limitless sky to all sentient beings and the teachings of Buddha from now on in all future lives by having all the qualities of Lama Tsongkhapa within me. Because of the past, present, and future merit created by me and by the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and sentient beings, may I, my family, disciples, and all sentient beings be able to actualize completely in this very lifetime Lama Tsongkhapa's path of unified Sutta and Tantra, which is pure like refined gold. May this pure teaching of Lama Tsongkhapa spread in all directions and flourish forever. And I have this wish particularly for Sri Lanka, because I know there are many people who wish to have Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings, Mahayana teachings, and very auspiciously, His Holiness the Dalai Lama was invited to give a teaching on the flow placement of mindfulness about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and His Holiness accepted and gave this teaching via Zoom to Sangha members from the Theravadan tradition in South Asia and Southeast Asia. So that was a wonderful thing to see, that there is closeness and acceptance of His Holiness within the Theravadan tradition. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May all the human beings in the world be guided by spiritual leaders teaching on the Dharma, and may everyone enjoy the happiness of Dharma. May everyone have perfect conditions, have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. May I and all others be able to live lives of pure moral conduct, train the mind in bodhicitta, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teachings. Due to the merits of the 3 times created by myself and others and by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, may I, my family members, and all the students and benefactors of the organization FPMT, and all sentient beings be able to meet perfectly qualified Mahayana virtuous friends in all our future lives. From our side, may we always see them as enlightened and always perform only actions most pleasing to their holy minds. May we always fulfill their holy wishes instantly. Maybe we can do, if I can find them, maybe we can do multiplying mantras. Maybe I can't. Sorry about that. I thought I had all organized. Oh, here we go. Chamdende Deshin Jepaja Shumpayam Dapaso Pesange Nampa Nanseo Kyudapola Shadzalo Janju Sempa Sempa Jampo Kunju Sampola Shadzalo Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha Chamdende Deshin Shepaja Sampayang Dappa Sote Sange Mangila Baiduryo Ki Gyalpo Shadzalo Chamdende Deshin Shepaja Sampayang Dappa Sote Sange Novadang Monlam Tamche Rapchudu Te Gyalpo Shadzalo Due to the power of the blessings of the eminent Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the power of infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude, may all pure prayers succeed immediately. By pacifying all the signs of obstacles and by perfecting every single qualified condition, may the Dharma tradition of the Dharma King Samkapa be preserved and developed. Due to the two types of merit collected over the 3 times by myself and others, may the teachings of the far-famed victorious ones, pure wisdom, blaze forward. Hello, Venerable.
Good morning, or I don't know what time it is.
It's good night here.
Good
nice
night.
to see you again. I still don't have a nice, exciting background. I have to get that lesson.
It's natural. It looks natural.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, I wish you a very healthy new year.
Yes, same to you. Same
Thank
to you.
And then we see us
May
next.
all be auspicious.
Okay.
Sorry?
We see us then next Saturday, probably. Okay. Wish you a good time. Thank you. So also to all the other people who are listening and practicing now together with us. So I wish you a very healthy and inspiring new year. Hello. And yeah, although it's an imputation, the starting of a new year, it's a chance to look back and to look forward and to place some wishes for the future. And I think it's important that we be also a little bit optimistic, although the cases are increasing again. But I'm optimistic because we have now several vaccinations and many people are working on treatments for the coronavirus. So let's try to be a little bit of optimistic and also be open-minded what will happen in the next year, that we are able to overcome all obstacles for our practice and to understand the Dharma. So let's start again with establishing a good body posture. So this way we discipline a little bit our body. Try to level your shoulders and release all the tensions you may have there. Try to have an upright spine, which is flexible but also stable. Then feel the connection, the contact with the ground or the cushion or your chair. And for some moments, observe your breath without manipulating it. Just breathe effortlessly. And try to count your breath, your in and out breath, up to 10. Visualize your teacher in the space in front of you and the aspect of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. He's seated on a very precious throne, on a lotus and sun and moon seat. His right hand is touching the ground and his left hand holding an alms bowl. His eyes are half closed, so he can see all sentient beings, but also stays in direct realization of emptiness. He is in the nature of pure golden light, which emanates in all directions. Gathering around us are all sentient beings in human form. Especially on your right side sits your father, on your left side your mother. All those sentient beings to whom you are attached are seated behind you. And those you have difficulties with or anger are seated before you, in front of you. Then become aware of all the sufferings all these sentient beings around you may have at this time. They suffer from all the afflictions, from anger, grasping, sadness, some of them are going to die. Some are very sick, especially of the coronavirus. Other beings, they are killed. And others are starving. They find no food. And we are all the same in not wanting to suffer, and that we are never be content of what we have. And when we have everything, we are afraid to lose it. And we all want to be happy. And especially we do this practice now for all those who are suffering from the coronavirus. Of course, there are many other sicknesses in the world. For example, AIDS, which is also a pandemic, and malaria, and many other diseases. So we try to do this practice for all of them in order to pacify their suffering. The best way we can help them is by becoming a Buddha ourselves, because a Buddha has no obstructions. He had overcome all afflictions, and he has omniscience in the sense of knowing what sentient beings need. So then let's take refuge to the Buddha in front of us, and we can imagine that all these mother sentient beings who are around us also taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Then we recite the compassion mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Again, we can visualize the letters of this mantra standing upright on a moon cushion at our heart. And while we are reciting this mantra, they are turning clockwise like in a prayer wheel and emanating a very sparkling 5-colored light, which touches all the sentient beings around us, including ourselves. And then all the suffering in the form of black smoke or something like oil are drawn back into the letters of the mantra and are there transformed in comfort, light, bliss. And in this way, we can help all these sentient beings, including ourselves. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.